the reasons that you were articulating so well earlier, Blythe. To Rebeca Andrade of Brazil, the reigning all-around world champion.
And this is bound to be a hugely exciting routine. She connects several elements in a row. Beautiful flow from bar to bar. Good snap on her pike Jaeger. And the toe full connected immediately to the full twisting double tuck and stuck.
Oh dear, what a start that was from Rebeca Andrade. She scored 13.866 in qualification. It will be fascinating to see the sort of number we get here from the hugely experienced Brazilian from São Paulo State.
What nice amplitude on her Van Leuven as well.
Melanie de Jesus dos Santos of France, competing on floor, hugely popular gymnast. Actually based in the United States of America for training purposes. She scored 13.3 in qualifying. France's Melanie de Jesus dos Santos, European all-around champion and floor champion in 2019. She also won the floor title in 2018. She's been doing wonderful work on this apparatus for years.
What a lovely presentation. There's so much that could be said about this routine, but just to highlight the tumbling and the authoritative way that she puts her feet down at the end of all of her passes, she's really flirting with the corner, and it would be easy to go out of bounds because she's so close, and she doesn't let that happen. Well done.
Huge number. 14.4 for Rebeca Andrade of Brazil on the uneven bars, way up from qualification. That's interesting to contemplate from an all-around final perspective as well. But let's not get too ahead of ourselves. How about an Olympic champion on balance beam? Sanne Wevers, the 32-year-old from Leeuwarden in the northeast of the Netherlands. She won the title in Rio. This is the only time that we will see her in the final.
She has a new and complicated mount sequence that she didn't perform in the qualification, but there it is. Round off back handspring, swing through to immediate wolf jump with a full turn, and then the one-armed back handspring. She really is the queen of unique combinations on balance beam, particularly those involving turns.
And even to her, that can happen in a team final of this sort of consequence. It is so rare to see Sanne Wevers come off the apparatus.
It is. But we talked about the pressure. She is the only gymnast performing right now. Often there are 2 or 3 things happening at once. but all eyes are on her.
And we should say that what she did was deliver that performance to an enormously high standard, 13.733, when the Dutch really needed it for Olympic qualification, which they secured. For a lot of these athletes, as we said during the men's team final, the pressure of the qualification round almost greater than the pressure of the final because of the Olympic berths being at stake.
Lovely dismount and really lovely recovery. She had that pass all the way down the beam of turns. That's something that she's kept in her routine for years now, and it merits its own round of applause, which it got.
13.7 for Melanie de Jesus dos Santos. It's up by 0.4 from the qualification phase. Miyata Shoko from Japan, one of the standout performers at the World Championships last year in Liverpool, the 19-year-old from Kyoto. She scored 12.366 in qualification. Oh, goodness, for Miyata Shoko, that was such a difficult final landing, and one just hopes that she is okay. That must have really, really jarred her. At the World University Games in China in the summer, she had to withdraw from the all-around competition due to an injury. One hopes that there will be no repeat of that here, but if she is hurt, then obviously prioritising her safety is the most important thing. It was a very difficult final landing, wasn't it?
It was, especially after such a fatiguing routine, and you can really tell how much she puts into engaging the audience in her dance. There's not really anything wrong with the pass. She goes for a very good landing, and she's known for sticking her landings on things, and as a result, she's just a bit low. And that's what happened.
Jessica Gadirova of Great Britain. A very big vault from its scoring potential, 5.6. This could be hugely important.
This is the Cheng vault, and it's new for her.
And despite its high level of difficulty, it will not have an enormous score from an execution standpoint. A full mark will be lost for not landing the vault fully. It looked as though she was drifting out of bounds as well. There might be some penalty tents.
She didn't get the greatest push off of the table, and we'll be able to take another look at it here. From the round off, she does a half twist on and just doesn't have a whole lot of height. And so when you don't have that, it's very difficult to get the 1.5 twist around and make it to your feet. It was a good effort.
13 was the score for Jessica Gadirova. Did pick up 3/10 of penalties. Angela Andreoli of Italy now will take to the balance beam, where she scored 13.2 in qualifying.
That's a very difficult combination. Front handspring to immediate punch front. And she nailed it. She hangs on to the front aerial. There will be a small deduction for the wobble, but it's all right. She contained the problem.
She was the runner-up at the National Championships on beam last month. World Championship debutant Angela Andreoli of Italy. 13.033 the score. Very comparable to her performance in qualification. Now, let's just have a look back at some of the earlier moments of this rotation. This is Lian Wong of the United States of America on vault. Her double twisting Yurchenko performed to a strong standard. She scored 14.166 in the preliminary round.
The second group, your warm-up starts now.
The 20-year-old based at the University of Florida, where she competes for the Gators. It's her third time at the World Championships. 14.066, just 1/10 shy of the qualification score.
Great Britain, Italy, and then France, Japan, and the Netherlands.
12.133, Miyata Shoko's score on floor. Just over 2/10 lower than qualification, but really what is of greater consequence, the only consequence, is that she's okay. She looked to be in some discomfort after the landing. She was assessed immediately by the Japanese team. The coaches were having a conversation with her. 12.933, Sanne Wevers on the balance beam. That's a drop of 0.8 from qualification, as expected. Now the chance to have a look back at some of the moments of the first rotation as we look at the standings, with the People's Republic of China ahead of the United States of America by mere hundredths. Brazil in third position, just ahead of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Italy, fifth place. France, sixth. Netherlands, seventh. Japan in eighth position. A long way to go, but that's how things look at the 1/4 mark. China absolutely delivering what it needed to on the uneven bars. We now go to Great Britain and the United States of America. And it is fair to say, Blythe, that the United States of America has got big hitting power on the uneven bars as well. Some excellent performers there. To score well on that apparatus based on what we saw in qualification and based on their track record. On floor, the always enjoyable prospect of Aitora Tolsdottir of the Netherlands. Cult favourite among those really knowledgeable fans of artistic gymnastics, and a European Championship medalist. Over on vault, the Japanese team, talking of the aforementioned Tolsdottir. Great Britain also on the uneven bars. Now, you didn't think we wouldn't show, did you? Aitora Tolsdottir on floor. Here we go. New routine this, and most enjoyable. the gymnast who puts the art in artistic gymnastics. Saytura Thorsdottir of the Netherlands, the 25-year-old from Rotterdam.
She is the embodiment of the women's code of points' artistry of performance category. Footwork, choreography, storytelling, expression. She's got it all.
Tough beginning for Jessica Gadirova of Great Britain on vault, but we've learned over the years about her that she is one of the best performers when it comes to big finals. Now she takes to the uneven bars.
And she's very tough. Good pike Jaeger to begin, and here comes a Tkachev with a half turn into immediate Ejava. Cleanly through her Maloney to Pak Salto combination. That's important for her difficulty, as is the Van Leeuwen.
The scoring qualification was 13.766. That is a very good rebound from Jessica Gadirova after her problems with the Cheng vault.
She has really developed well on the uneven bars during the last couple of years. This is another look at the dismount. Full twisting double tuck. Just a controlled hop on landing.
Takeda Chiaki of Japan to vault. Her scoring qualification was 13.5.
Should be a 1.5 twisting Yurchenko, but not enough rotation. And as a result, she has those stumbles to the side, and that will count as those are actually quite bent as she comes onto the table on this vault. And it's really hard to get a good block. And as a result, she doesn't have the height to get the twist around and falls.
Ja, een beetje te vroeg, maar ik moet nu wel echt plassen. Ga zo.
Graduate of Performing Arts from the Lucia Mathis Institute in Amsterdam. Saytura Thorsdottir. Meanwhile, Jessica Gadirova, 13.7. Almost the same as qualification. United States of America in second place after the first rotation. This is Sky Blakely on the uneven bars, 14.133 in qualification.
It's a very exciting routine. From the Stalder element into her pike Jaeger. And this Stalder Tkachev in the pike position to Pak Salto. That element, of course, named for Rebecca Downey of Great Britain. And the dismount is fantastic, too. Should be a double front with a half twist.
Oh, that is just a wonderful piece of gymnastics, isn't it, to conclude the routine. She really tucks tightly as well, gets the knees up into the body.
It's just stunning work all the way through. Good height, but also control in this sequence.
11.8 for Takeda Chiaki on vault. Yurchenko 1.5, down by over 1.5 from qualification. Saytura Thorsdottir 13.3, and that's an improvement of 0.4 from qualification. A gymnast who had something of mixed economy in qualification, but a brilliant performer in finals, Alice D'Amato of Italy, 13.4 in the preliminary round. Alice D'Amato, the reigning Italian all-around champion, the 20-year-old from Genoa who competed at the Olympic Games in Tokyo. Sky Blakely, 14.166. United States of America in the lead at the moment. For Blakely, that was a fraction up from qualification. Alice Kinsella for Great Britain, 13.533 was her qualification score. She is the reigning British all-around champion.
And she's particularly smooth and fluid on this apparatus. She's also very good generally about hitting her handstands right at the 12 o'clock position. So Riechna to Pak Salto, another Kacha variation. Maloney to Ginger, and slight separation of her legs as she regrasps the bar.
Had a difficult moment going through into that dismount, but that's match management there from Alice Kinsella, who is so good at getting through a difficult moment. A lot of gymnasts would have been derailed by that, but she handled it very gently and carefully.
Her experience coming through, perhaps. Just another look at the beginning of the routine. And that Jaeger.
Flavia Saraiva competing on beam for Brazil. Brazil in third place at the end of the last rotation. They've never won a medal in this event at the World Championships.
For many years now, she has been one of the best in the world on balance beam. She takes her time settling into this routine with some choreography. And this is her acrobatic sequence. Back handspring layout. She's playing it slightly safe. Often she does 2 layout step outs in a row. Really beautiful position on the switch ring leap. And the ring jump as well. The foot needs to be up above shoulder level, and the head needs to be back entirely.
Brazil, Flavia Saraiva, who won the bronze medal on beam at the World Cup in Paris last month, the traditional warm-up event for the World Championships. Alice D'Amato scores 13.3, 1/10 of penalty marks. Italy currently in 5th position. For Alice Kinsella, it's 13.533, and that's exactly what she scored in the qualification phase. Simone Biles of the United States of America returning to the World Championships. 14.4 was her score in qualification.
It's a confident start. Kite Kacha to immediate Pak Salto. Very nice so far. It's a long way for her to travel on the Van Leeuwen transition up to the high bar. But this has been great.
It really has been great. It is great to see her return to the city where she made her name at World Championship level. Simone Biles, the all-around champion at the Olympic Games in Rio.
In constructing this routine with her coaches, she doesn't try to do more than she's comfortable with. As one of her coaches put it, she does what she has to do, and she gets off of the bars. Beautiful full twisting double tuck somersault well above the bar as she finishes the salto with a twist.
Flavia Saraiva scoring 14.066. And that is a huge improvement from qualification of about 3/4 of a mark. I tell you what, a lot of Brazilian fans right now are starting to get both incredibly excited and incredibly scared at the same time. Now to Zhang Qingying of the People's Republic of China. This was a very fine performance in qualifying, 14.1. She is the reigning Asian champion on beam.
You're absolutely right, Ollie. It was one of the revelations of qualification. And one of the reasons is that she has chosen some unique elements that we don't always see from the Chinese on balance beam. It's a routine that breaks the mold. It's a confident round-off layout to 2 feet. A switch ring in combination with a back handspring, straddle and wolf jumps. Switch side. And that was invented by Natalia Yurchenko, a world champion in the 1980s. She was quite well known for that. It's a skill that has really fallen out of fashion, but it might not be after this.
It's fascinating, isn't it, how much of our time we spend talking about Yurchenko's on vault, and then suddenly we see one on the balance beam for the first time in what feels like an age.
In terms of difficulty, she connected that with a switch side leap and a split jump. She might not get credit for the combination, but she will certainly get credit for the element. Double peg dismount.
Very useful member of the team, Zhang Qingying. She will also perform on vault. She wasn't used for the uneven bars rotation. Simone Biles, 14.466. That is up fractionally from qualification. The reigning two-time Commonwealth Games champion on the uneven bars. Great Britain's Georgia May Fenton, 22-year-old from Kent in the southeast of England.
She starts off with a Hindorf. She's caught it a little close, but competition management, it hasn't phased her whatsoever. But that was unexpected. What she wanted to do was a Maloney, a toe stalder, shoot over the low bar and grasp the high bar. But if you don't get your toes on the bar at the right time, it throws your timing off and you can go flying. She didn't have the position that she needed to swing around and really push through and catch the bar. Looked like she was attempting a Van Leuven and not a Maloney.
Great Britain's Georgia May Fenton, as the picture becomes very hard to read at the moment in this team final. It is extremely tight at the top of the table. Vaulting for France, Melanie de Jesus dos Santos.
We've seen some great double twisting Yurchenkos already tonight. She's got another one.
Oh, hasn't she just? My word! That was, even by her double twisting Yurchenko standards, a mighty effort. That was beautiful.
Absolutely gorgeous and stuck to boot. And this is the first one that we have seen that has been stuck. A lot of people are talking about the confidence that seems to be infusing her gymnastics since she's gone to train in the United States. There's an example of it.
14.4 with a 9.4 execution score from Melanie de Jesus dos Santos. That's a little up from qualification. That was just sublime. It's a very dramatic team final from a leaderboard perspective. It's also an incredibly exciting one gymnastically. We are seeing some lovely work.
We really are on balance beam and on vault. So far, everyone seems right on.
Pensive looks on the face of the British team as the Chinese team will be in receipt of a score of 13.266 for Zhang Qingying. 12.4 for Georgia May Fenton. She scored just above 14 in qualification. Now this is going to be very interesting and enjoyable to watch. Charlize Jones of the United States of America has some exceptionally high scoring work on this apparatus. She was close to 15 in qualification.
It's all about stalders and big release skills. Her amplitude is extraordinary. Gorgeous uprise Kachev. And a toe stalder full to a downy, right to pack salto. Beautiful, wasn't it? And she does her dismount in combination from a front giant, double front.
Splendid from Charlize Jones of the United States of America. The attack in that routine. I mean, she goes for it, doesn't she?
She absolutely does. And her control here was spectacular.
Because sometimes when athletes really attack big skills like that, they lose the form, don't they?
Sometimes they can, but not tonight, not here.
To vault and an exceptional performer on this apparatus, Colleen Duvillard, the bronze medalist on vault at the last World Championships and the European champion.
Handspring Rudy.
Very useful score for the French, and she knows it as well. That will be her sole contribution to the final and a most valuable one. It will be close to what she scored in qualification, which was 14.4, maybe not quite as high.
She actually turned to a world champion sprinter to revamp her run up to the table. And it's made what was always a very good vault even better.
14.3, 1/10 down from the preliminary round.
We'll now watch a video of that exercise.
Strong vaulting from the French.
The inquiry was will be accepted.
United States of America. 8 times champions of the world in this event, going for their 7th in a row. 14.633 from Charlize Jones. It's only 0.2 lower than the qualification round. It's going to make things very, very good for the United States of America at the top of the leaderboard. Now, Miyata Shoko, having, by the looks of things, recovered from that difficult landing she had on floor, will vault for Japan. It's a very important vault for Japan because it is a double twist.
Floored everyone at the World Championships last year by how she was able to stick this vault. She doesn't do it tonight, but it's still very good.
And after what we saw in the previous rotation, that's highly impressive mentally and physically from her.
What a nice recovery. She bends her left leg slightly, and there's some crossing of her feet in the air. But those are nitpicky things.
People's Republic of China on balance beam with Zhou Jiaqin.
And once again, a very solid front handspring to front tuck combination.
She scored 14.5 in the preliminary round. She's been a national champion on beam and a national games balance beam champion.
She acquitted herself very well in the qualification, proving a really nice addition to the Chinese team. And that too The tuck jump full to immediate jump full turn on balance beam. This is the kind of work that is very new for the Chinese on balance beam, and it's lovely to see. Wasn't that a beautiful combination?
This is her first ever overseas competition as a senior gymnast. What a great start from Georgia Chin.
And what a great triple twisting dismount too. So look at the beginning of the routine and how precise you have to be on elements with flight in order to land on the beam. No problem for her though.
Arianna Belladelli of Italy takes to the floor. She scored 13.266 in qualification. She made her full senior international debut at the Baku World Cup early this year and took a silver medal on this apparatus. So it'll be really enjoyable to see her translate this to a World Championship stage. Arianna Belladelli from Rome, the 16-year-old World Championship debutant and World Cup medalist on floor. Her score 13.133, just over 1/10 down from qualification. Very credible display that for a first ever World Championship final. Really well done. 14.533 for Georgia Chin. And now we look at Rebeca Andrade of Brazil on beam. A gymnast who scored 13.8 in qualification.
She was just a bit tentative on her opening leap combination. Normally she connects the switch leap to the switch half. There are small wobbles here and there in this exercise. But that was a very nice combination. Side aerial split jump, back handspring. likely to be a double pike.
Not quite as authoritative as her performance in qualification, but still useful for the Brazilian team. 13.133, about a quarter of a mark drop from the preliminary round. At the moment then, the United States of America have the lead by 1.467 over the People's Republic of China. France are in third place, having performed well on vaults. Great Britain, Italy and Brazil all very close together. In terms of the race to get onto the podium, France, Great Britain, Italy, Brazil, all really tightly packed. Netherlands and Japan have fallen away a little towards the bottom of the standings, and the United States of America are starting to pull up now, away as expected from the rest of the contenders. Brazil will go to floor with the People's Republic of China. It's fascinating to see them as the third and fourth best in qualification, dueling now on floor. For the Italians, they will go to vault. That could be of great use to them. The French on the uneven bars, along with Japan. Uneven bars was where things became so problematic, unfortunately, for Japan in the team competition last year, and they did struggle in the qualification phase as well.
France, however, is very good on bars. They'll have the services of Laurette Charpy as well as Melanie de Jesus dos Santos. Two potentially very big routines.
Lian Wong from the United States of America has scored 13.366 in qualification.
She's a very elegant performer on balance beam.
She has fought with everything that she has to try and stay on the apparatus. Now, the United States of America has got some breathing space at the top of the leaderboard. It's important to state that 1.467 ahead of China going to beam. And the important thing now for Lian Wong is to recover from it, and as she's done there, not concede too many more.
And certainly she's trained for a scenario like this. Every now and again in training, one tends to take a spill like that. But as you said, Ollie, she's recovered very nicely.
Yes, to normal, unathletic human beings like me, when we see a gymnast who has that kind of a struggle on the apparatus, then we recoil in horror. But as you say, it's a routine thing for them, isn't it?
It
in
is.
Training. And she's recovered extremely well, really well. And I'm going to bring out one of my great cliches, which is often about what you save, not simply about what you lose in a team competition. She recovered extremely impressively. That was very difficult.
A foot can so easily slip off the side of the beam when one is training a side aerial.
On the uneven bars, Marine Boyer of France.
She does have some small form errors, some flexed feet, the legs coming apart on the packed salto element, transition from high to low. That said, she's getting through without a major mistake.
The French in third place at the halfway mark of the competition. The only time they ever won a medal was in Basel in Switzerland in 1950. They came second. There were a fair few gymnastics fans out there that had France as a real dark horse pick to actually get onto the podium. Manila Esposito from Italy, the Italians in 5th position at the halfway stage of the competition. Yurchenko 1.5, the indicated vault.
Just like in qualification, that was very secure.
Qualification score was 13.766. Won the World Cup gold medal in Cottbus right at the start of the year on vault.
And one of the reasons she did that is because this is such a strong vault for her. Good height in the air, good block off the table, plenty of time to get the twist around.
13.7, it is virtually the same as the preliminary round for Manila Esposito. Italy in second place at the moment, but a long way to go in this third rotation. You're watching the women's team final at the Artistic Gymnastics World Championships.
From a difficulty standpoint, we might see her score drop a bit there too. Obviously there was the fall, but she opted only to do a double twisting dismount, whereas normally she does a 2.5.
Watching on all of the reserve gymnasts who have been an important part of this competition, a special occasion for them, even though they're not able to step onto the competition floor. And we just raise a glass to Kayla DiCello, Poppy Grace Stickler, to Wuran Carolini Pedro, to Genelari Sakaguchi Ayaka, Veronica Mandriotta and Tisha Volleman. Not easy to be a reserve gymnast in this sort of situation. You have to stand around and experience it all as a spectator. 11.7 for Lian Wong. And that is a drop of about 1.5 marks from qualifying. Georgia May Fenton, after a tough rotation on the uneven bars, heads to the beam for Great Britain. Great Britain in 4th place at this stage.
She's right on her double turn. She makes it look easy, but it is not. On that series, however, the side aerial to lay out, step out, the important thing is to keep your body, particularly your shoulders, completely square with the beam. And if it isn't, you very quickly begin having problems.
And we just remind ourselves at this stage that a key difference from qualification is that every single score is a contributing score. What steadiness there in the Wolf turns after what she just had to divorce herself from mentally earlier in the routine.
And it's the point that you make so often, Ollie. It is not about what you miss. It is always about what you salvage, what you save, what you do. And we've seen some misses tonight, but we've also seen some really great performances as gymnasts have moved on from
Wasn't that enjoyable to watch? Zhou Yaqin, the national champion. The Chinese have said, haven't they, Brad, that they are looking to make their floor routines more Chinese in terms of their musical choice and their choreography.
They have said that, and this routine is exceptional for several reasons. One thing that she does very well is she sticks her tumbling passes, but the turns were magnificent, and there's a real daintiness to her choreography.
12.2 Georgia May Fenton score on beam. Charlize Jones on beam. 14.033 in qualification. The United States of America, the leaders at the halfway mark.
An ambitious mount sequence, switch to switch half, that she handles very well. This is ambitious as well. Beautiful standing Arabian. That is one of the most difficult things that a person can do on the balance beam. Here's her acro series. Should be 3 elements, back handspring to 2 feet, and a layout. Her middle splits, not particularly difficult for her, but it gets its own round of applause. And there's difficulty from start to finish woven into this routine. Her dismount, back handspring, double pike.
There's no doubt about it. The United States of America are marching towards another gold medal. These are stellar performances, and at the heart of it is Charlize Jones, the 21-year-old.
What flight she shows in the layout to 2 feet.
Joy Yachin's score is 13.833. The People's Republic of China making a very good case for getting back onto the podium after that run of competitions ended in 2019. Rebeca Andrade now on floor for a Brazilian team dreaming of making history for South America. This is a fabulous routine, by the way. History could be about to be made in Antwerp. And a leader figure like Rebeca Andrade, who has endured so much injury disappointment in her career, is performing so very well for the nation that she is so overjoyed to represent. Melanie de Jesus dos Santos of France now goes to the uneven bars, with the French also on the quest to get a medal.
She was the champion on uneven bars at the World Challenge Cup in Paris just a couple weeks ago. Here comes Nabieva. Right to Pak Salto. Maloney uprise, stalled her blind to immediate Ejova. She is on course for another wonderful routine.
The French also ahead of the Olympic Games in Paris are making a very bold and impressive stride towards a place on the podium. Nothing is certain yet. This is an extraordinary final.
And this was an extraordinary exercise delivered under pressure.
Charlize Jones scores 13.6. It is down by about half a mark from qualification.
Come on, keep going on. Trust it, you can do this. Come on.
Now Alice D'Amato of Italy on vault. 14 was her score in the preliminary round.
She has a very efficient double twisting Yurchenko normally. Well done.
Just for a moment, we had a look out over the Antwerp Sport Palace. We're in rotation number 3 in this women's team final. It's virtually full in the building. 14.166 for Alice D'Amato. The Italians in 5th place, but going to the vaulting table. Chance to move up. 14.666 for Andrade. Very strong score. She's up by over half a mark from qualification. That could be enormous for Brazil's challenge for a medal. Oyu Shen now goes to floor. The gymnast who won the gold medal at her home World University Games in the summer. Oyu Shen, the undergraduate at Beijing Sports University, one of the most prestigious in the country. She had a difficult time of things there.
The beginning and the end were very nice. It was the second tumbling pass, a 2.5 twist through to a front pike somersault. And her shoulders are very far back as she rebounds out of the 2.5, and as a result, she can't get the rotation on the front pike.
It's been a thoroughly compelling return to a World Championship final for Simone Biles. A small breath as she now embarks upon this, the third performance. On beam, she scored 14.566 in qualifying.
She is slightly off on her mount sequence, and she doesn't do the third element that she normally does, the standing back pike somersault. So that could impact her difficulty slightly. The Mitchell turn, though, the triple in the Cossack sit position. Very, very steady, however. And that's just classic Simone Biles on balance beam. Back handspring followed by 2 layout step outs. She's gearing up for her dismount. Should be 2 back handsprings followed by a full twisting double tuck.
Absolutely magnificent. Oh, what a reaction, what a performance. What a gymnast. And this is a word that we overuse in sport, but it's well placed here. What a legend.
Legendary. Absolutely. And in this routine, she dealt very well with the small problem at the beginning. She showed real tenacity in just hitting the rest of it beautifully. And there's her reaction. She is a perfectionist after all.
Oyu Shen scoring 12.066. Just to remind you, the People's Republic of China in second place at the end of the last rotation. We're giving you great entertainment on floor today. And next we have Flavia Saraiva. After a prolonged spell of injury and surgery at the end of last year, Flavia Saraiva came back with such fierce determination. She said that she had sangue nos olhos, blood in the eye. It's a Brazilian colloquialism meaning I want this more than ever before. And goodness, she's proven it. 14.4 for Melanie de Jesus dos Santos, 14.3 for Simone Biles. We're seeing some very compelling scores. Jessica Gadirova of Great Britain to the balance beam, where Great Britain needs to push up towards the podium. They were 4th at the end of the last rotation.
She's generally quite aggressive on balance beam. There's a small wobble after her switch half. but she doesn't let it become a big problem. That is a Humphrey turn, 2.5 in the Cossack position. Once again, she's slightly off on her back handspring layout, but she does a good job of putting her feet down and just letting gravity work for her. Same thing on the side aerial.
Jessica Gadirova of Great Britain had a fantastic qualification campaign. She is going to contest the all-around final in a couple of days' time. And she'll also be a threat in the apparatus weekend.
It was a good fight on the switch side. Her hips weren't quite completely rotated as her feet came down.
The Netherlands in 7th place at the end of the last rotation. Aytula Thorsdottir is now on vault.
She too has a double twisting Yurchenko.
Somewhat low in the landing, a little bent over, but it was well performed. One of the more complex vaults in the Dutch team.
We'll get to take another look at it from a different angle. Good entry. She's turning a little bit as her arms hit the table. That will be a slight deduction for the repulsion phase.
13.7 is the score for Aytula Thorsdottir. This was a very important performance for the French in qualification. Laurette Charpy on the uneven bars as France goes in pursuit of a medal. She scored 14.133, this resilient gymnast who's returned from rotten injury troubles.
She had 2 quite significant knee injuries in the last couple of years and has done brilliantly to come back. This is her specialty.
Well, apologies for the loss of that performance. Gives us a chance to look out over the arena in Antwerp, the Sport Palace, as we're about to go round for the very last time. And I can tell you that it is really not very easy to anticipate who's going to get onto that podium and who will miss out. 13.533 for Jessica Gadirova in the meantime.
We have the score on B for Jessica Gadirova, 13.533. Quick look at
I can tell you as well, just from the British team's perspective, that Ondine Champong was the top scorer on beam for them with 13.933. And that routine from Laurette Charpy was the same as in qualification, 14.133. So don't worry about the fact you missed it there, because by the sound of things, it was identical to the qualification campaign. So feel free just to look up the video on social media of her performing that. Shame not to see it, because it just is lovely to see Laurette Charpy back in international competition. She's had some dreadful knee injuries. 13.9, Flavia Saraiva. The Brazilian team is right there on the cusp of the podium, and they are going to vault next. Vault is where we're going now to look at Vera van Pol. She performs the 1.5 twisting Yurchenko vault, 4.6 difficulty. She scored 13.6 in the qualification phase. A gymnast who has 3 times been the all-around national champion. She's 29, hugely experienced member of the team.
Gymnasts of the second group, your warm-up time starts now.
And her score 13.4, just a small drop of 0.2 from qualification. The Dutch still in 7th position.
This is the rotation where everything will be decided.
What does it all mean? It means that the United States of America has extended its lead over the People's Republic of China. France in 3rd place, Brazil in 4th position. Look how close France and Brazil are. Italy are standing behind them, looking over their shoulders. Great Britain really have started to fade away. It looks as though now that we genuinely have a 4-team race to get 2 places on the podium along with the United States of America.
Well, France on balance beam versus Brazil on vault. Oh, that's very difficult.
Well, well, well. Welcome to the final rotation. I'm sure you're watching this at home perfectly calm. No nation from South America has ever won a men's or women's team medal at the World Championships in artistic gymnastics. This could be a milestone moment, but the French are in the driving seat. Nonetheless, the Brazilians are on vault. And they have got some big scores they can count upon from Rebeca Andrade there.
She does one of the very best Cheng vaults ever to have been done.
And that a vault with a 5.6 degree of difficulty. The People's Republic of China will not be posting anything like that degree of difficulty with their vaulting. For them, it is really about absolute solidity of execution. On balance beam, we have the French team. They've got some great performers on that apparatus, like Marine Boyer to call upon.
And a European champion in Melanie de Jesus dos Santos.
Ruby Evans of Great Britain. She begins their final rotation on floor. In this milestone moment for Welsh gymnastics, how nice that we get to see the Welsh champion on floor, Ruby Evans, representing the British team.
And what great potential she has.
And how wonderful it is to see somebody at a very different stage of her career from Ruby Evans, back competing at the top level in the World Championship team. Once again, only her 4th time here. So many injuries, but she competed back in 2007 for the first time at this event. And she was the all-around bronze medalist there. Jade Barbosa of Brazil.
And through all the years, she has performed this reliably and beautifully.
Her one contribution to this team final, and it could be a massive one to get Brazil onto the podium. Execution-wise, there are some issues, but it is landed.
Yes, and that is the important thing. You're absolutely right. She twists a little bit off of the table, and there's some form in the air. But hey, that is a hit for Brazil.
Challengers everywhere you look. Italy in 5th place at the end of the last rotation. Manila Esposito now performs for them on the uneven bars.
Excellent Nabieva to immediate pack salto. And a Bahardwaj, full twisting pack salto. This has been very strong for Italy so far. Front Giants into a double front, deep squat on landing.
Who's it going to be? Who is it going to be? It's such a fascinating conclusion to this final.
She did clip her foot on the low bar as she swung into the dismount, it looks like. And when you hit the apparatus with your feet, you lose half a point, even if it doesn't break your rhythm much. So it will be interesting to see the score.
13.933 is an improvement of 1/10 for Jade Barbosa from qualification. Ruby Evans, 13.233, up from qualification.
So I just put it down, so I didn't want
You
to...
did the right thing, and you look like you loved it. Really.
Now the leading nation going into the final rotation. It's Lian Wong for the USA. Scored 13.2 in qualifying. Lian Wong from the United States of America. Just a brief word on their team. You may have noticed they've had one fewer member competing than other teams, as this score of 13.4 comes in from Manila Esposito. The United States Gymnastics Association confirmed an injury to Jocelyn Roberson on vault when she was warming up, and as a result she has not been able to participate in the competition. Jocelyn Roberson of the USA is here. She is, or has been, watching the competition for part of it, but she's also receiving medical treatment. It's really unfortunate, and we do wish her nothing but the best. This is Flavia Saraiva for Brazil.
Oh, such good pop off the table on the double twisting Yurchenko.
They're delivering. They are absolutely absolutely delivering. These experienced gymnasts who've dominated at Pan American Championship level year upon year. They've got a world medal in their sights. Look at the atmosphere in the Brazilian camp. And really well done to her, because she was not expecting to vault in this final. She was not expecting to compete on floor. She has proven herself, Lian Wong, to be such a valuable member of the team. And once again, we offer nothing but our best wishes to Jocelyn Robertson of the United States of America. Morgane Ossisek on beam, first chance to see her in action in this final.
Aborting the balance beam in a team final like this, with a medal on the line. She's just exuding confidence so far, but the routine is far from over. She's highly experienced and has been a valuable member of the French team for the past few years. There's no shortage of difficulty in this exercise. So far, it's been very good indeed. What will the dismount bring? Double pike.
The French in third place, coming into the final rotation with contenders all around them, but they too are challengers for a medal. The last time was 1950, the only time that they've been on the podium in this event.
And what a way to face the pressure for Morgane Ossisek-Reimer. Beautiful round-off layout to 2 feet. Beautiful routine.
13.333. It's up by 0.3 from qualification. 13.833 for Flavia Saraiva. Brazil is in the lead at the moment. The People's Republic of China in second place, coming to vault. Chu Yuen, a 16-year-old from Fujian province.
This is Tsukahara full. It is not comparatively difficult when you look at it against some of the vaults that we've seen tonight. Well performed, but the difficulty score, 4.4.
13.1 as a result. The People's Republic of China are now behind Brazil. And that is very interesting, because we were talking about Brazil as challenging for a place on the podium. They are now primed for a silver medal if things continue in this fashion. And we don't want to count chickens before they've hatched in a final like this. 13.166 for Lian Wong. Marine Boyer of France, gymnast who has made a balance beam final at the Olympic Games, and she won her second consecutive Paris World Cup beam title in the warm-up to this event.
She is their specialist, but in the qualification, it did not go as well as it could have. This is perhaps seen as a second chance. Excellent round-off layout to 2 feet. Steady side aerial. good side somi. So far, it is much better than she did it in qualifying.
An important performance for the French. It comes from Marine Boyer. And the French may well be about to appear on a World Championship podium. It falls to Rebeca Andrade of Brazil. It's a huge difficulty vault. She tends to perform it fabulously in the city of diamonds. A nation with a diamond on its flag. A nation rich in mineral resources says we've come here to bring our diamonds to you, to sparkle and to shine. The South American stars have just gone global. Meanwhile, the United States of America is in pursuit of a 7th consecutive women's team title. Shilese Jones takes to the floor. She scored 13.8 in qualification. With all of the drama that has been going on in the race for other medals, the United States of America has just calmly gone about asserting itself as yet again the dominant team in women's artistic gymnastics.
What a soft, elegant routine this was. This is new for Shilese this year. And the tumbling is phenomenal, but so is the expression and the art that she brings to this exercise. There was a small problem landing her double back second pass. She does step out of bounds. That will only cost 1/10 of a point and a little bit of execution because her leg come up.
14.9. Rebeca Andrade sends the Brazilian team into the gold medal position, and now their work is done. They just have to simply wait and see where they end up. They will be ahead of the People's Republic of China, that is clear. The French, with 13.733 for Marine Boyer, go into 4th position. Zhang Qingying of the People's Republic of China now vaulting.
Once again, a very clean Sukahara with a full twist. But in terms of difficulty, it is not competitive in this final for China.
They're in second place with this, 13.166. That means they are behind the Brazilians. So there's been a turnaround. Brazil were 4th coming into the final rotation. Now, We wait for this score for Shilese Jones. Won a medal, the USA, at every edition of the World Championships where there's been a team competition since 2001. 11 consecutive appearances on the podium. This, if they win it tonight, will be their 7th consecutive gold medal. An absolutely incredible accomplishment. An extraordinary era of domination. And it is an era.
And we really can't say enough about what Shilese Jones brings to this team.
And she's had an extremely bad spell of injury as well lately. About 10 months out of competition.
Yes.
She said at the national championships, which were very recently in the USA, she was only about 75–80%. Melanie de Jesus dos Santos, pretty useful to call upon her on beam when she has in qualification. Can she improve? Oh, what a start, what authority.
Lovely front pike mount. Very nice switch-to-switch side combination after her back handspring layout flight series. She has spoken about the maturity and calm she feels that she's gained over the past couple of years. And so far in this routine, it's showing through.
Games. The French are in dreamland. (1950), the one time that they made it onto the podium. Shilese Jones with a score of 13.566. Don't pay too much attention to the 6th place for the United States of America because they still have one more performance to come. Someone who's quite good, by the way. Jessica Gadirova. Great opportunity now to see a gymnast who won the World Championship title on floor in her home country last year. And it is such an artistic and exciting routine. What a conclusion to Great Britain's day that is from Jessica Gadirova. It's not been the easiest of days for the British team, but you know what? They have had so much success lately that now it is routine to expect Great Britain to be challenging for any and every medal at a World Championships, and it did not used to be like that.
They have come so far, and in this routine, she has kept innovating. Her first tumbling pass, a double twisting, double layout, that is new for her this season, and she does it wonderfully. And how about a stuck tumbling pass to end things off?
Will go to their home Olympic Games as one of the 3 finest teams in the world. They are guaranteed a medal. And the Brazilians will win at least silver, the first ever South American nation to win a team medal in women's or men's competition at the Artistic Gymnastics World Championships. And that is anything but overnight success. Look at them. Jade Barbosa, injury upon injury. Rebeca Andrade, injury upon injury. Flavia Saraiva, Lohane Oliveira, Julia Suarez, Caroline Pedro, continental history makers. As we look at the French as well, who for the second time in their entire history have won a medal in this event at the World Championships.
100%.
For Brazil, this is a medal at least 20 years in the making.
14.533 for Jessica Gadirova, Great Britain in 5th place. You're absolutely right. 20 years in the making. How about 10 years in the making? From Antwerp to Antwerp. Well, gymnastics is a funny old thing. It goes in all sorts of directions, and yet at the end of it, it always seems to be Simone Biles. She's back, and she has a chance to secure the United States of America's 7th consecutive World Team title. Let us not
This is what she brought when she came here 10 years ago. It was named for her here. How appropriate that she sticks it tonight. She came here an unknown a decade ago. She has returned a champion, and in so many ways.
And we see her teammate there that we didn't get the opportunity to look at in the final, Jocelyn Robertson.
I'm falling.
But this Brazilian team, it's a milestone moment in the sport of artistic gymnastics. It is huge.
Oh, I'm falling.
The French as well. They can barely believe it. World Championship team medalists.
I'm crying.
But another gold medal is incoming for the United States of
Yeah,
America.
it's me. It's Alex. Oh
The
my
number,
God.
by the way, needs to be just around the 13 mark. Just to correctly follow protocol, though it seems
We
hardly
have
necessary here.
3,080 viewers, and I'm crying. Oh my God. Thank you for all of you who have watched. Thank you all the followers. And there it is. And there it is.
7 in a row.
5166.
It's an enormous number, and so is that score on floor. 15.166 for Simone Biles, and the United States of America is back at the top, back where they
Look at
belong
them,
in the
they're so
sport
happy.
of artistic gymnastics. 7 in a row. A magnificent 7. A name that means a lot in the United States of America. 7, who in 1996 became the first ever
Oh, they're so
Olympic
happy.
champions for the USA in the women's event. And the
And look at the
legacy
French
that they
girl,
created,
Mache,
it's right to
Mache.
honour a magnificent 7 with a magnificent 7.
Mache.
The French, Allez les Bleus, have made it onto the podium, and we honour Ginette Durand, Colette Houet, Madeleine Geoffroy, Alexandre Lemoine, Liliane Montagne, Christine Palot, Irene
Yes, we
Pitellioy,
cry. Yes, we
and
cry.
Jeanette Vogelbacher. Sorry, I've got a lump in my throat. This is very emotional. The Brazilians have won a silver medal in a moment that makes history for South American artistic gymnastics.
Eu te amo, Brasil. Eu te amo.
Clive, I don't know where to begin. Shall we start with Simone Biles and the USA? They won it again.
Oh.
They are calling over Melanie
Oh,
De Jesus dos
my
Santos, who
God.
trains with them
Oh.
in Texas.
I'm falling.
Coached by the Landis, as
Oh my
many of you
God,
will
I'm
know.
so
Oh, that's
happy.
glorious.
Oh my God. Oh, she deserves it. You know, Portugal
There's Sissy Landy, an Olympian
Both
herself.
Mona.
For
Put
France.
Melanie up in the Louvre.
There were
She deserves
times
it.
when we didn't think we would ever see Judge Barbosa again. There were times when we didn't think we would see
C'est
Colleen Duvillard
magnifique.
again. This sport has changed. The longevity that now exists in gymnastics, the example set by these athletes.
For Laurette Charpie as well, dealing with those very significant knee injuries. There must have been times when she
Eu te amo,
questioned as
Brasil.
well. And there were questions about whether we would ever see Simone Biles back in competition. Everywhere you look, there is history.
Oh, Jocelyn.
And if there is
Oh, my God.
one story that links all of these medal-winning teams. It is the story of comebacks, but it is never over until it is
Eu
over.
te amo, Brasil.
Bronze
Damn
to France, silver to Brazil,
Oh
gold
my gosh.
to the United States of America. The women's team final.
Mom's like, what's wrong with you? I'm like, I'm crying. Estoy llorando. Los brasileños plata y los brasileños bronce. It's a great thing, Mom. She doesn't get it. Ah. Jeez, that was a lot. So in vault final, I'm guessing that Lee, who goes up in? I don't even know. We just lost half our viewers. It's fine. It's fine. They can go. Oh my gosh. I'm snot all over my. I can't get it together. Oh my gosh. Klaus went to the groomer. She's beautiful now. He's all washed. It's fucking raining outside. It's thundering. It's lightning. Oh gosh. Thank you so much for watching. Okay, let's all calm down. Let's all, take a breather. Ooh. Okay. We're good. Oh, we're good. Oh. Peace on it, yes. Yeah, we're staying for the award ceremony. Absolutely. I wouldn't do that to y'all. Oh my gosh. Hi, Klaus. It happened. Brazil won silver. Their friends got bronze. No, I'm still crying. Was it hi? Was it hi, Gati? Hi. Oh my gosh. Thank you to all the followers. Let's go down the list. To Leah 11 as Lexa 16. Oh, and this 7775. Now I'm making some dance overtime. Lorenzo 195, Tiff _ Mel, and another one, Trixon 60. Welcome to the channel. And Enzo 195, Tiff _ Mel _ 02, Claire _ NTS, Luisa Ness, but another one. They just keep on coming in. I'm gonna cry. Oh my god. Oh, there's another one. Yeah, not DJ Khaled. Oh my gosh. Okay. Close, TB's, and Emily. Another one. Oh my god. Whew. Okay. Emily, he 28. I'm a mess. Mimi PVST, D2 _ pro _ gaming, Jade Gulibad, Pauline _ LB1, Marine P4. I'm not even being French. Hold on. Incognito. All you coming in. I'm having a time. Oh my gosh.
So I support all of the team, but I'm so proud of.
And so it has come to an end. But we do have the not inconsiderable matter of the victory ceremony to bring you, for which the Brazilian fans will be going nowhere. They are absolutely
Okay, let's go back to this.
desperate to see
another
the
one.
moment they have waited for decades for.
So, I'm gonna get
Well, I hope you
together.
enjoyed that. I really
crying.
do. Wasn't it sensational?
In 2019, but no.
The United States of America winning 7 in a row. Brazil for the first time ever on the podium. And the French securing
And
the
another
bronze.
one.
And there the moment
Oh, and my DJ Khaled
where
there.
it happened.
Okay, we are at 4,224 followers. Never in my life did I think I would have that many followers. But like, what's important here is gymnastics, and I'm so happy for these women. All the little black girls looking at them in France and in Brazil and in the United States. It's just awesome.
Very good night. You can celebrate that bronze medal.
Thank you very much. I'm just because I see they're trying to install the podium. I'm trying to see if there's any USA fans here around me.
Sir, there's so many USA fans. Why are you asking the crowd? We came all the way from to Tucson. From Tucson? Why are you in that review from Tucson?
Thank you very much.
Oh, we're snoozing that. No, we're snoozing the ad. I got 3
In a
snoozes.
while, we will have the victory ceremony for the
Oh,
women's team
my
competition at the
God.
World Championships of Artistic
Not
Gymnastics.
tuxing.
Go too far away.
Okay, girl. Or the crop top. Slay. Mama
To see
slay.
those medals presented, I'm sure you are as well.
Go
And let's just
Gators!
Take a moment to acknowledge the
Chomp
team
it
that didn't
up.
make it onto the podium on this occasion, the People's Republic of China, Italy,
Chomp it up, y'all. Where's the Riley emote?
and Japan. They played
Yes,
a part
Alec,
in the
yes.
winner
Chomp
very,
it up.
Very entertaining.
My
final.
God.
It should be a high standard. It's the World Championships.
Oh,
After
if
all,
I
these
this is
are
what
the
my
best
commentary for life,
gymnasts in the
I would be a
world. Never a
mess.
surprise when a World
Tim Daggett would be so
Championship
pissed at
is
me.
that good.
Sam Patrick would just push me aside.
But this was particularly
It's such a
special.
great message, though. Look at how far our sport has come in a sport where women of color were effectively non-existent. One of the podium for all 3 teams captained by women of color. They are.
Is it your first time visiting a World Championship?
They are.
Stuttgart, but then we're here too. So this is the second one.
All 3 teams are captained by women of color. Be professional. I can't. Sam Patrick would be over me by now. She'd be like, "Can you please stop crying?" I'm like, "You hate fat people, so let's not talk."
That's the right answer. So you witnessed
gosh.
USA win it all? They won again. They won in Stuttgart as well.
Look, that did amazing. What is this? I want one.
Didn't see the finals.
They're goat hats.
It worked out, and you got
They're
the win
goat
and
hats.
the bronze medal, the gold medal. I'm sorry. How old are you? Because you are pretty young.
I want one so
16.
bad.
Are you a gymnast yourself? Do you dream of one day
You misspelled
doing a world
Tucson.
championship like this or big competitions? You say no, but I see. Is this your dad? Because he's saying yeah. Because I think you guys need to figure some stuff out. Anyways, thank you for the chat. I wish you the best of luck. Everybody, I see the stage is ready. The podium is ready for the celebration.
Bring out the
I see
dancing
Niels, I'll
goats.
head back to you and let these fans enjoy the ceremony. Thank you guys
A
very much.
ghost for everybody. Everybody gets a goat.
Niels, I'm coming back to you.
I want a goat hat so bad.
Jarno, thank you so
Oh, why
much.
am I crying?
Seems like you made some new friends again, just like yesterday.
Oh, Klaus has to go to the vet. Oh gosh, it's almost 3. I gotta go. Oh, no. 3:30. Okay, we're fine. Never mind. We're fine.
They will be here
Ooh.
in just a couple of minutes, so don't worry.
Ooh. Look at Colleen, slicked back, no afro today. She said no, none. Oh, jeez. Maggie fucking Nichols, I'm just a mess. You better TikTok it up. Yes, yes, you're staying home, going to Paris. Which smells like piss, but no one said that. Ugh. Ooh. Good for Colleen. She just a Colleen de Villiers, please. Not sweet cat. What the fuck? What is
It is
this?
time now, ladies and gentlemen.
What in
for
the
the
7
medal
Caucasian
award
hells are we playing
ceremony
Sweet Caroline
of
for?
the women's team final. Please welcome
Ugh.
the medal winners.
Bring him out. Oh, honey. Look, they're so happy.
The victory ceremony in the women's team
Yes,
competition
guy.
at the World Championships of Artistic Gymnastics, taking place in Antwerp, Belgium.
Dawson Boberson, world champion. Please.
The United States of America with
Gato,
a gymnast
or get
picking up
Lachette,
an injury
if you're French.
right ahead of competition.
The
in
replay will
first
be available
warm-up, how extraordinary
if you are a
they managed
subscriber.
to juggle things around.
It's the other way. I'm sure someone will put this on YouTube. Well, actually, I know for a fact someone will put this on YouTube. They're in the chat right
Still,
now,
they
actually.
have managed to win
But
the World
it will be on
Championship
YouTube
title,
shortly.
and they've done it for a seventh
My job is bringing this to you
consecutive
live. You know, if you're subscribed, if you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe for free. You can subscribe for $5, right, Kati? which really
How about heading to your home
it's some
Olympic
coffee.
Games?
If you're international and would like to help out the stream, you can use Revolut. You can scan the QR code. Oh, here we go. What a crack at it. Costa right next to me. I'm going to cry. Look at Jocelyn. She did it. Hurt or not, she's going to get a gold medal. That's what she deserves.
The French team, winners of the bronze medals. They were not even
They're
sure
so
that it was
happy.
time to go to the podium. We weren't even sure who was going to win the bronze medal, to be fair, so that's a perfectly accurate representation of the drama and intrigue of this final.
Thank you
And
for all the
French
followers. It really means more than you
are
know.
now on the podium.
And there they go. Eu te amo, Brasil.
There was little point me saying anything there because of all of the screaming of you fans
Je
of
t'aime,
Brazilian
France, je
gymnastics at the television set. I bet you are
Je suis
absolutely
magnifique.
thrilled.
No, it means
with
I'm
this, and
magnifique.
I'm sure many of you know from Brazil.
I don't know.
because
I
they're
don't know.
such
I
a
don't know
popular
French.
team. Brazil, the silver medalists.
Team United States of America.
Yes.
They've
Yes.
done it again. They keep doing it. In
Shelley
this era,
Jones,
they are
world champion.
unstoppable in
Leanne
women's
Wong,
artistic
world champion.
gymnastics team competitions. The United States
Nous
of America
Damon.
have secured
Nous
gold
Damon,
yet
honestly, I
again.
don't even know. Look at Simone. Oh, those braces 10 years ago. Look at the work done. Lift her up.
Ladies and gentlemen, will be
Lift her up.
Jocelyn Robertson injured before the start of competition. She stands alongside her
Yes.
childhood hero,
Oh.
Simone Biles,
jury president of
who
Julia
gives
Lafreniere.
her
Oh.
emotional and physical support.
FRG Women's Technical Committee member.
Well done to Leanne Wong for how she stepped in to that final.
Okay, I gotta go, y'all. I gotta go.
Presentation of the
I'm just gonna
medals.
leave this going. Okay, love you, bye.
France, Marine Boyer, Laurette Sharpie, Melanie de Jesus dos Santos, Colleen de Villar, Morgane Otsisek, and Jenna Larouille. They received bronze. Brazil received the silver medals. Their gymnasts Rebeca Andrade, Jade Barbosa, Lohane Oliveira, Flavia Saraiva, and Julia Suarez, with Caroline Pedro, the reserve gymnast. The United States of America, the champions of the world. Simone Biles, Sky Blakely, Shilese Jones, Jocelyn Robertson, Leanne Wong, and Kayla DiCello.
And the mascots, ladies and gentlemen,
What
are
more still
handed
to come
out
from
by
her
Rosie
at these
Diamond,
championships? That's the
FRG
question.
Executive Committee member,
So far,
by
it all
Tom
looks
van
pretty
Houwaard,
spectacular.
Board member of the Flemish Gymnastics Federation.
This is
and
going
by
to be a
Jean-Michel Sèvres,
remarkable
President
all-around
of the
competition as
Belgian
well.
Olympic Committee.
And now, in one of the least surprising announcements in the history of gymnastics, it's time for the national anthem of the United States of America.
States of America.
7. Number 7. Magnificent 7. Nothing lucky about this number 7. The medalists in the women's team competition at the Artistic Gymnastics World Championships in Antwerp, Belgium.
And of course, we wish Jocelyn Robertson a speedy recovery.
Absolutely remarkable podium that. It is for a great many fans of this sport something beyond their wildest dreams.
Gymnasts, congratulations. Thank you so much for being here with us in Antwerp.
And as the medalists say goodbye, so we say goodbye for now, but only for now, because there is still so much more to come at the Artistic Gymnastics World Championships. That is the conclusion of the team finals. We move to the men's all-around final tomorrow, with the women's to take place after these athletes have had a well-deserved rest day in between. That will be the day after tomorrow. It's been an absolute joy to have your company for this fascinating competition. Joining me was Blythe Lawrence. I've been Ollie Hogben saying goodbye, but not farewell.
Finale bij de mannen. We starten opnieuw om 7:30. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. We hope to see you again for the
Okay. I'm back. Hello. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Let's talk about. In class is back. Yay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Hold on. Oh my god. These new taquitos are really good. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Okay, Taco Bell. Okay. These are good. Yum. Hold on, let me try this off. Hold on. Let me try this off. Hold on. What's she at? Oh, they give me two. Okay, girl. Okay. Bye. Love you. Oh, the mom, she's leaving. Love it. Oh, let me see. Hold on. Let's see. Ooh, hold on. Ooh. Okay, for your profile. Ooh. Okay. That was pretty good. Ooh, okay. Let me see. Yeah. Yeah. That's good. Wow. So welcome to well, if not welcome, if you're still here. I had to go take my dog to the vet. That was eventful. I think they're gonna start here in like 4:45. Oh, hold on. Duh. Move the dog. 4 minutes. Cute. Yeah, we'll watch this. It'll be fun. Because well, yesterday, if you were in the chat, you probably heard Michaela say some things at the end of the show, of the stream, and I was upset about it. I'm not upset at her. I'm upset like at what she said. Like, I'm not mad at her, but I would just think, the guys just won bronze. Like, why?
TV14-ish. So you'll definitely hear a naughty word or two. Norbert's is having a sale on their Rainbow Rocker, 10% off. It's so cute and colorful. You totally want it for your gym. Go to norberts.net for a 10% discount on anything with the code GYMCASTICOctober. Norberts are also giving away a $50 Norberts gift card that can be used on anything in their online store. No minimum. Just follow Norberts Athletic on Instagram, then like and comment on the giveaway post. We have world champions. The U.S. won again, 7th consecutive world championship in a row. I didn't even have to look that up, you guys. Brazil won their first ever team medal, silver. No team has ever been happier except France, who won their third place. They just killed it. They were so focused. They did amazing. So they qualified in 7th and they came back to win a medal, 3rd, their bronze. Melanie and Flavia finally got their world medals, you guys. I've only cried twice tonight. It's October 4th. Welcome to Gymcastic, the #1 gymnastics podcast in the galaxy. I'm Jessica. I'm here with Spencer from the Balance Beam situation.
Get through it, girl.
And if you're a Club Gym Nerd member, make sure to switch over to your members only feed, which you can listen to on any podcast player. You don't have to listen on the website, but instructions are in the forum or in any of our of the behind the scenes posts. And if you're new here, if this is your first timer, you can click on the homepage. There's a I'm new here button. And that tells you how to do all the things. It tells you like what our most famous, most beloved episodes are, all the things. Also, we have a world headquarters link, and you can find all the podcasts, all the data, all the things. So, Spencer, let's start.
Let's start. Okay. We'll start with the medals. We're organized things. and then Jessica can like interject feelings as needed, because I assume you're just like busting and can't
Yes.
are gonna not be able to keep it together for most of the show. Okay, so gold to the United
He's so
States, as
funny.
you mentioned, 7th in a row, 9th world title overall for the US women. The Soviet Union has the record with 11, so we're starting to get to the territory where next quad we'll be talking about maybe the US breaking that all-time record. Simone officially ties Latinina on 33 overall medals with the correct count for Latinina, so she's one away from having it herself now. Silver to
Yes.
Brazil, first team medal ever at Worlds. Jaji Barbosa, okay, so now 16 years between her first world medal and her most recent world medal, which is like nearly Chuso-esque. Chuso
Yeah.
has 20, 91 to 2011 for her most recent, so she's got the record, obviously, but Jaji is close. Also, just to take a moment for Flavia, because this is her first world medal, and the reason I think it's so exciting for like gym nerds especially, that she now has an actual world medal, is that she has been the example gymnast used for so long of like, this is how to do a switch ring. Watch Flavia and you'll know how to do a switch ring. This is how you perform on floor and are expressive and engaged. Watch Flavia, then you'll know how to do this. Like, she's been the one who's used to,
The
they
gold
use
standard.
her to teach
Yeah.
medal winners how to be better. And yet she never had a medal herself.
And now she's
So
got
it's
it.
extremely gratifying, I think, for everyone who likes gymnastics and
Yes.
likes form and execution and the code and all of that, that Flavia has a world medal, because no one's pure gymnastics has ever deserved it more.
Yep.
Yep.
I do want to mention, speaking of Brazil, Brazil once again stayed for 1,000 years to do media, and everybody pretty much interviewed Jaji, Flavia, or Andrade. So we did an interview with Flavia and with
Julia.
Oliveira, and you guys, I cried, Oliveira cried, Enrique, their amazing media guy, who's also a judge, cried. That should be posted tonight. And yeah, so so watch that when it comes out. But also Flavia is a beautiful, wonderful person. And she deserves this not just for her
Oh, sorry about
gymnastics,
the
but
ads.
also what an incredible, loving teammate she is and how much she sees her team and supports them. And speaking of that, I want to talk about France winning a bronze medal. We have an interview with Melanie, which will be going up tonight too. And I just want to talk about Melanie, who is one of the most talented gymnasts in the last decade. She has difficulty. She has beautiful form, crazy ass bars, can do all the hand turnaround, endo, inside out, shoulders, can actually dance. She is the perfect gymnast in every way, except we have watched her struggle for years and years and years to hit under pressure. She did not have the competition that she wanted to in prelims, but she helped qualify her team to the Olympics, the Paris Olympics, their home Olympics, and everyone's like, but don't they just get to go anyway? Because they get one spot.
And Jessica's
That's it.
saying everyone, and that's an impression of you like 2 days ago, where you were like, Spencer, don't they just get a team? And I was like, no.
I was saying
now
that
you're
for
being
the
like,
people that don't
all of
know.
these
That wasn't
idiots.
me. I know they don't get to go. I was saying that for the uninformed so they don't feel bad about themselves. My God, Spencer. This is called making your new listeners feel welcome.
No,
Now they're gonna
that's
feel
good. I'm just
alienated
noting that
by
you're
the-
pretending like that you already knew that information when you had to ask me.
Welcome to Dreamcasting, you guys. This is how it works.
Well,
So back to my
we love a duo.
heartfelt moment for Melanie, please.
Sure.
So we've watched her keep having these mental issues, switch gyms, move to another country, put up with American food, not have the greatest experience going back and forth to France when she had to be around her old coaches. We saw her have a brilliant performance when she performed at Classic in the US this year alongside her coaches. Yesterday, not yesterday, but after prelims, I saw her. She was sitting outside, crying, like in a ball against a wall, and she went from that to her best all-around performance at a world championships ever tonight. She put it all together. She hit all her routines. She was confident. She was on. She is the Melanie we always knew she could be, and she did it. And not only did she do it, she did it when her team needed her, and they won a historic medal. First team medal since 1950, you guys. 1950. So I just want to take a moment for us all to share in the glory of Melanie, like living up to her amazing potential when it mattered, and Flavia getting her medal. You guys, this was the best night. It was just so freaking great, except if you're Italy. But if you
if you're all of the falls, because it was also a disaster in the most entertaining possible ways. Melanie's vault was definitely a highlight of the competition for me. Like, she has never vaulted that well ever before. She was like, "Oh, I can stick your chicken to the vault, by the way."
It was so beautiful and so good. And I'm grabbing my notes over here. Yeah, that one that's when I was like, oh shit, Melanie's gonna do it. She's doing angry gymnastics. Melanie never does angry gymnastics. It's gonna happen.
So here's a fun one for you. Colleen Deviart is now tied as the most decorated world or Olympic gymnast in French history. Because she has 2 medals. She has a world vault bronze, and now she has a team bronze, and that is tied for the most. And it's the most since 1950. So, if you want to write a treatise called Colleen Deviart is the greatest gymnast in French history, you have stats to work with. If you would like to do that, I'm super into it. Because for all the years that she didn't make teams because she's only a vault specialist, and they were like, you don't have enough events, we're not going to take you. And now it's like, deal with that.
Also, we have an interview with Boyer and Deviart coming up too. Don't miss that, because those two are hilarious together. They are just they need their own TV show. They are so funny. So we have an interview with them coming tonight too. I just they're a highlight. They're a total highlight.
Tuned. Subscribe to our YouTube is what Jessica's saying.
Yes. I am saying, because we work really hard on those, and people get very little sleep getting all of that stuff up. So we have that coming. Also, I wanted to. So let's talk more about how everybody finished.
Okay.
So we have
you want to go with in depth U.S. performance? Okay, yeah. So we should talk about the Joss Robertson injury first, because that was sort of the big news heading in. So touch warm up, does her chung. Did you see it happen live?
I saw it happen, and immediately she was down in a crouch and didn't get up. And I was like, is no one noticing that she's not getting up? Because both Sarah and Laurent were just getting the everything ready for the next person to vault, and she still was just crouched. And it was she tried to get up, but then she realized maybe she couldn't walk, and then she tried again, and then finally they noticed and went and helped her, and Laurent just picked her up immediately, carried her down. And this is how I knew it probably was not some kind of serious break, because she could sort of stand, and he picked her up. He handed her to Cecile. Cecile has her in her arms, hands her to medical, and then she's whisked away. And then immediately you can see Sarah and Laurent are talking to the head judge. The head judge is boobity-boobing to them, and then we see Leanne jump up on the podium. Leanne does one giant lunge on the right leg, one giant lunge on the left leg. Then she does
my right leg, got my left leg ready to go. Yeah.
Sumo squat, jumps up, does a vault. I was like, this is what you want college gymnasts on your team. Because she was like, I've already done this 175 times because I've done college gymnastics. Put me in. I'm ready. Boom. Great vault. Thank you very much. My name is Leanne Wong. Clutch.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Which is the job. I mean, it's great, but it's also if you're the alternate, that's the whole thing. Or, you're the alternate on that event. Be ready to go. You got to be ready to go. Yep.
And she was ready right then. She got carried off. She was jumping it. She yanked her pants off, threw them in the corner, was up on the podium. But I mean, this isn't the first time, right? We've seen this happen.
My God, this is something that the U.S. needs to start, addressing. Because, how many times have we seen something like this exactly happen? This is Reagan Smith 2017. Simone at the Olympics was kind of a different issue, but you had to make a last minute change. It's Peshek, I was shocked, didn't talk about it. I was like, this has happened to you on the broadcast. Peshek didn't mention it even once. I was like, you literally had this exact same thing happen at the 2008 Olympics.
Regan Smith was the mats fault. We all know those 2017, those mats got Kohei, those hard ass cold French mats. They got Kohei. They got Quebecian Montreal mats. They got Kohei. They got Regan Smith. Definitely the mats fault.
Yeah, I'm not saying like it's all the same person's fault. Like we don't have Marta anymore, and you can always blame everything on Marta. It's very convenient and usually right. But I'm saying this has happened a lot. The moral of the story is I'm only going to mention once that wouldn't it have been nice to have Khalil Lincoln to come in on vault and floor when Joss went down. But I'm just going to say it once. I'm going to say it once, and then we're not going to talk about it anymore.
But also the moral of the story is Leanne Wong clutch as fuck. That's her new nickname.
I mean, yes, she is, and we love Leanne. Beam didn't go great.
Yeah. But, she was attacked by a slippy foot, and at least she also missed a foot a little bit. She said her foot was off on her dismount, so thank God she didn't do her normal 2.5, and she just did a double sideways. I'm going to turn myself around, and it's fine. I didn't fall. That was the important thing about her beam dismount.
That's what most people do on their wolf turns. It's a wolf double-ish.
Right, you didn't see my landing.
Somewhere in the very vicinity of 2 turns. Yeah. So
Simone's floor the absolute highlight?
Yes, that was the absolute highlight of the U.S. performance. It was overall kind of a day, and then Simone was like, the only thing I want anyone to remember from this meet is this floor routine right now, because it's going to be perfect, and we'll just forget everything else that happened leading up to this.
The best floor she's ever done. It's like the more people, the more pressure. Just the higher she goes, the more split she is, the more she dances. The best floor routine I've ever seen her do. Her first pass, I was sitting next to Kyle Schufelt the whole time, and we were like, oh my God, it was so high, you guys. I mean, I know I say this every time, but I confirmed it. Heath agreed with me. Everybody was like, yes, that is the highest she has ever done a full twisting double layout. It was gigantic. Oh,
yes,
so
I agree. Even on the stream, we could tell that it was even higher than her usual. And I think even more laid out than her usual as a result of being so high. I was like, oh, there's not even that little pike this time. That was...
And she stuck every landing!
Yeah, I mean, not every landing, but yes, she stuck the last couple. She absolutely nailed that routine. If Simone and Andrade and Gadarova can all recreate their exact floor performances today in the floor final, this is going to be one of the best floor finals of all time, because they all absolutely nailed those routines today.
3-way tie for gold, no silver or bronze. It's a perfect
I'm not saying
world.
A 3-way tie for gold, but I'm saying those would be 3 amazing routines that would be very deserving of medals in a floor final.
Okay.
US overall, I feel like it was really similar to the Olympic team final in a lot of ways. You had a gymnast not able to perform routines that you expected them to be in the lineup for. You had to have people subbed in. You had an 11. You had to count. Lots of routines that were good, not the best you can do. You were a little nervous, you were a little tight, but you fought through it. And it's kind of the only difference was that Russia wasn't there this time to win. And so no one thinks it's a problem, which it's not. Good job, you won. But the only difference I think between the Olympic team final and this is that Russia wasn't there.
I do want to say though, I agree. The margin of victory is shrinking and shrinking for the US. It's getting closer and closer. But I do want to give a shout out to Sky for killing her bars, her only event here, and then Shy for doing a great job doing her beam routine and then not falling off when she did her little arch back. She did her arch thing, and I was like, oh my God, wait, she's grabbing the beam like Flavia, which she doesn't need to grab the beam with her feet. And I was like, oh my God, she almost fell off the side of the beam on her archy thing, but totally saved it. And you wouldn't even know if you weren't looking at her feet grabbing. I was very impressed with that. She also tried her triple L turn. Good.
She tried her triple L turn. I'm sure did not get credit. But
yeah, I don't think so
either. I actually think she might not even have gotten double.
Do you? I think it didn't.
The heel drop. And her D score was only 5.5, so I was like,
maybe
they took a lot. But I don't know. But yeah, I don't think she got credit. I don't think Hatakeda got it either. Do we know?
Yeah, I don't think
She
so
tried
either.
it. I think she was closer, but I don't think she got it. So maybe it's just going to be one of those things where someone submits it every year for like 2 decades.
And then you
That's
see.
that's what I would like. And then no one gets it named after themselves. And then someone's finally like, it's a me. I did it.
I mean, the
But yeah,
important thing is
Shiley's.
pusillanimouses will never be heroes, so good for them
for
for
it.
both going for it.
Yeah. I think the moment of the competition for Shiley's, was staying on beam after Leanne had gotten 11-7 in the first spot, because that could very easily have been one of those snowball moments. And it was like a tight beam, I would say, for Shiley's. Like, she had some things, the wobble, that her layout to 2 feet with the leg up wobble, but she pulled it back. Like, I thought she was really composed through nerves, and that it was one of the impressive moments. Like, obviously Simone's floor was like the best quality routine for the US across the team final, but like in terms of impressive moments, like those things like Shiley staying on beam were incredibly significant.
Yeah.
And Lucas said in the comments here that Hatakeda did not get her triple L.
She did put in an inquiry, and it was rejected. Rejected. Her score didn't change, which is effectively like the judges throwing the code at you. No, they're not very mean.
Yeah.
I do want to talk about one more thing about Joss. So we could see she came out later on crutches, and she had an ace bandage with a splint under her heel, but she was moving her ankle and like flexing and pointing her ankle. So, that can glean what you will from that, but hopefully, it's nothing too serious, or if it's something serious, it's plenty of time to get it fixed before Paris.
Yeah.
And she still, she earned that medal. I'm really glad that Laurent and Simone knew enough not to do a Caroli carry on the podium with Joss.
She just got to like carry Strug herself up there, which fine. But
she hopped. They like, Simone was like always had one elbow, and Laurent was like spotting her, and then she would just take off hopping because of course she can't. She doesn't need anyone. But they were like, Joss. Yeah. So
Where's Joss? She's hopping around.
She's hopping away.
I thought she was, it's always sucks to be the one, to get injured right before the competition. But she was out there and as excited for the medal as if she had competed. Then, she was Joss through like even that, what must have been, a disappointment.
The first reserve, is Ellie the first reserve for vault final? Ellie Black?
Mm-hmm.
Now
Leanne was 2 per country.
Oh, because 2 per country. So Leanne will get in
so
now if Joss can't.
Yeah. Correct? Or was Leanne lower? No, wait. Correct me. Fact checker, correct me, because Leanne got bumped down. I would need to look at the qualifying results.
Okay, so let me move on. Let me tell you guys about something while we fact check that. This I do want to tell you. I don't know if you could see what happened during beam warm-ups with Simone, but it was amazing and beautiful. But this is where we say goodbye to some, and we continue the conversation for our Club Gym Nerd members, because they are the people that pay for this trip. They pay their cheaper than a Starbucks coffee amount per month or per year to send us here. We work for you. We answer your questions. We go to the mix zone and find out what you want to know. And you guys are why we've been able to do this for 11 years, why we're going to continue to Paris and beyond. And we are so grateful to you guys. And because of that, we're giving away a full commissioned episode to one of you who has an active membership. So make sure your membership is active through October, and we're going to randomly pick a winner. So until tomorrow, which will be the men's all-around final, we'll see you back here after that. So thank you for listening. And now I'm going to tell you what happened on Beam. So Simone is doing her Beam warm-up, and then we hear this from the crowd. We hear, "We love you, Simone!" Like so loud. There's no other sound. A scream. Like, and she was super close to the audience. And the thing was, I was like, oh, is this gonna like throw her off? Is this gonna be weird? Is she gonna ignore it? And she stopped, turned, looked into the audience, and then blew a kiss. And I was like, that was awesome. That was such a nice moment. I it's not a big deal. Like, it reminded of me. At least they didn't do it in the middle of her routine like they did to Tasha Schweikert that year. But it was like, she has to put up with like all these gymnasts put up with so much crap online, and it was just such a nice moment for like the fans to be acknowledged and her to be able to acknowledge people, and it was just like really cute. Also, did you see that people are finally fulfilling my dreams by throwing stuffies down to the gymnast after the just like figure skating? I've always wanted this. Of course, they shouldn't be doing this because there is, I mean, who knows what's stuffed in those stuffies, but someone's
going to do it, and it's going to go onto the vault, and it's going to right as someone's running, and it's going to be a disaster.
You don't do it during the meet. You do it afterwards when the meet is completely over, like a civilized person, please. Not like those kids.
And you're expecting people to behave like civilized people. When has that ever happened?
Well, maybe, yeah. Well, okay. But anyway, I loved it. It made me really happy. And then the other thing I want to tell you guys behind the scenes, when they're all lined up, like, can you see on TV when they're lined up before they march in to do their little intro?
Yeah.
So when they're back there, they're lined up, and what's directly in front of them is a giant black dumpster. Essentially.
Yeah.
Like one of those ones you wheel out to the sidewalk, but the huge ones that are like, 5 feet tall, that's what's right in front of them. And it smells so bad, you guys.
I think you found the source of the stink that you've been complaining about since podium training.
It smells so bad. So the fact that the most impressive thing about this competition is not their intros or how they do gymnastics. It's the fact that we haven't seen any of them like dry heaving or like making faces as they walk past that stank ass dumpster thing that's right in front of the march-in.
I think we may have seen Joss make a stank ass dumpster face. I don't know what she was reacting to. It may have just been the person saying like, it's time to go now, but she kind of looked over, and now that you've said that, I've decided to assume that she was like, ooh, what does that smell?
That's definitely it. Okay,
so
let's
yes,
talk about Brazil.
Ellie Black would be the alternate for the vault final. Leanne was right behind Ellie Black, so Leanne's able to move into first reserve now because she's not super countryed out. So,
okay, thank you. I've had my water, so I can.
Good.
Okay. All right.
And Fact Checker says spoke with Joss's mom. She's getting scanned tomorrow morning.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so Brazil.
They did it.
So silver. They
did
first. So they really did it, and like they did it in such spectacular. Like, this is the Brazil we always knew could Brazil if they put it all together at once. And they finally
Brazil
did it.
could always Brazil if they Braziled enough. Yeah, they Braziled enough on floor.
Jaji said they are so eloquent. This team. Jaji said this win is not for us. This is like 5 decades in the making. This win, or 5 cycles or something.
She's competed
she said.
through all of them.
She's like, yeah, honestly, she's like, it's like 5 Olympic cycles in the making, and this isn't just for us; it's for all the generations that our gymnastics is built on to get us this point. Like, it's such a beautiful thing to say. Like, they are just so lovely. This team, like, they have such an appreciation for like what it takes to get here and like how much support it takes to get them to this platform. I just like, they impress me every time more and more and more. And it's also, the advantage of being like grown-ass women who have a lot of experience in life and gymnastics. So I don't want to say I'm putting anyone else down, but this is the advantage of adults,
Mm-hmm. And they've been through so many years of it not working out.
Yeah.
Which changes your perspective on it when it does. Rather than like going to Worlds the first time and being like, I want a medal, deal with that. It's great. Like, if you've been to 16 years of Worlds and sometimes it's not been a good one, it changes it.
Yeah. What was your highlight?
Well, they were all highlights. I think Flavia hitting bars as well as she has was a highlight because like it hasn't always been like that. And coming back and hitting beam after not making the beam final and being like, this is my beam final. And I'm going to hit and get over a 14. Andrade's floor and vault were both magnificent. For a second, didn't you think she was going to stick that chung for a second in the air?
I did.
It was so high and so close, and then she was a little forward and had to hop, and I was like, oh, You were so close.
If she was an NCAA, that was a college stick. Emily and I were talking about, so a college stick, and it would count for a 10. So I'm fine with that. And that's what I'm putting in my memory bank. And you'll have to correct me for the rest of all the years, but that's what I'm going to tell myself. She stuck it right at the end when it counted.
Oh my God, you guys, Jessica is like the Olympics. You guys, she's going to be like, remember that time in the team final when Andrade stuck her chong? And I'm going to be like, I don't remember. I think also I do want to talk about her beam, because it was the nerviest thing there's ever been, but she stayed on. It was very like early Andrade career, like 2016 Olympic all-around final beam, because her early days, like beam, we knew she had the talent, but it was not going to be a good score because there was going to be a wobble or there's going to be an error. And in recent years, it's been a much more of a strength for her. But this was like, that was 2016, 2015 again, where it was like, you're gonna get through this somehow. And she did get through it somehow. She did enough. She survived. When we talked about the difference between what is a hit versus like staying on the apparatus, this was a stay on. She somehow stayed on that apparatus.
I want to talk for a second about the just Oliveira and how she is one of the, and listen, I don't have the interview we did with her fully translated, but I do understand a couple of things, so I'm gonna, if anything is wrong, disclaimer. But basically, I asked her, like, when did you know you were gonna, you fell in prelims, when did you know you were gonna go? And she was like, and I was like, you're one of the best bar workers in the world, and like you hit exactly when they needed you. And it was like, Flavia took over and was like, listen, we trust her. It's not just this performance. It's all the years that we've seen her hit bars. Like, it doesn't matter. It wouldn't matter if she didn't hit. Like, we love her and we know what she's capable of her and we believe in her. And like listening to Flavia just like sing her praises, like this is what made her cry. Listening to Flavia talk about her and how much they trust her and love her and know and believe in her. And no matter what happens, they love her. And listening to her say that, and then I'm thinking about like versus the US, who trusted Sky for bars, but I think they took her out of beam because she has a history of like hitting in practice, but not hitting in competition, right? So it's like the juxtaposition of strategies and also that history with an athlete. So I think it was like very interesting to see this, like the choices the US made versus the choices that Brazil made. What did you think about that?
Yeah, I thought it was very interesting. The teams who were, I guess, hyper reactive to qualification. About like the US didn't put Sky up on beam. They replaced her with Leanne, who fell. It happens, but it did happen. Same with Great Britain. They didn't use Kinsella on beam. They put in Fenton, who fell on beam. So I think the team that went with the initial plan, or the one who's typically done it, ended up being in a better place than the ones that reacted to a single routine.
Yeah, and I think this is what you're talking about, that reactive thing. We see this in college. You just keep putting a gymnast up and tell them you believe in them until they believe in themselves, and then they do become consistent unless there's an injury or something going on. Like you see this happen over the long term. But the US, especially, like they compete so infrequently internationally. They don't seem to do that. I mean, we've seen it with a few gymnasts, like Alicia Sacramone, for example, is one that like got, many chances over many years, but you also needed her, vault and floor scores. So it's kind of if it's a different strategy, and I wish the US competed more so they had more opportunities and experience to, like Sky, like she's so amazing. She's so good. Her beam is fantastic. I would send her to all the World Cups to just be like, just go do beam. Hit it every time. We can use you in Paris. That's what I would do.
Yeah, I like it. Anytime you say send an athlete to a World Cup, I'm like, yes, go, do it. Send. Okay, wait. Jade's going to one of the Swiss money meets. Sky should go to the other one, right?
Yes, like DTB. The one. Yeah, DTB Cup. What was that comment?
PJ says the US put Jordan up last year despite a fall, so it's not a pattern, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it depends if you're how far back we're looking. Like, are we going back to the 80s? Or are we going back to the 2000s? Or are we going back 10 years? Like,
I mean,
yeah,
it's a
it depends.
different group in power, so I think you
Right.
can only go back a short amount of time.
Yeah.
But it is interesting to look at, regardless of
I think, I mean,
whether
one of the
it's
things talking about the experience of gymnasts and having these like so many years under their belts. We like talk about Flavia and Jaji Barbosa and Andrade, and like we saw Flavia, she did safer gymnastics at the expense of bonus series, but we saw the same thing from Simone. And I think this is one of the things that you can make adjustments on the fly and be like, oh, it's not worth it. Just stay on the beam and do your thing. Like, get this done. And that's, you know, one of those things that either like you either can do that or you learn it through experience. And so it really paid off that they had these really experienced, amazing gymnasts on the team that love each other so much. That was the other thing. The love.
Just because really keep it on that love each other part.
France too, I have to say, like these teams have like they've been competing together for so long and they have such great connection. Margaritaville.
They did point out on the broadcast that Sky's beam scored higher than Leanne's, even though Sky had 2 falls.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, you know, it's a strategy and maybe they'll rethink this. This is also, you know, people, this is like, you know, Chelsea is here. It's all the coaches like talk about it with Chelsea, but it's like, you know, I don't know. I don't know what what would you guys do in that scenario?
Well, why I always go back to like highest scoring team and harp on that is you want to start from the highest place because things are going to get weird. Whether it's Joss getting injured right before the competition or like Leanne, who's been super consistent and super reliable. So I don't think you can begrudge them. Like, how could you possibly think Leanne would hit in a team final? Like, she's been great. Falls happen. Okay, yeah. You know, it's just a fall. It's not like the end of the world. It happens to everybody. But when you start from the highest scoring place, you're in a better position to eat mistakes. You're in a better position to handle them. So because Sky has the highest scoring potential on beam, you put her up. And if she falls, okay, but at least you fell from starting from a higher scoring place.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I go for it.
Let's talk about France, the happiest team besides Brazil there.
Yeah, we had a lot of happy medalists. There was no grumpy silver in this.
No, there was no China on the podium, men's China on the podium, like, ugh, this is humiliating. There was none of that. Also, wait, the men's teams all shook each other's hands though, but like, did none of the women's teams shake each other's hands? They just jumped on the thing. Did they shake? Oh, Brazil did. See, Brazil, you guys. But I think also the U.S. team was so worried about Joss. They just were like, get her on the podium. I
would be worried about like injury, like sequin injuries. Honestly, like all the hugging. Like, am I going to scrape my hand and not be able to do bars because there was like a sharp crystal banging out the end of your leotard? I mean, you never know.
To your point, there was there's a gymnast that like you don't realize how much sparkle they have until you see them. I mean, you know, they're sparkly, but like when you see them up close in the mix zone, like one of the gymnasts had, you know, because they've been hugging and crying and their makeup's coming off. It looked like she was a fish, like a mermaid that had been slightly scaled on one side because like the sparkles had been like unsparkled and turned to the non-sparkle side, but were still like beautifully feathered down her cheek. And I just couldn't stop staring at it. But I was like, you know, it looks beautiful when it's all done. Anyway, you guys, tears, they're magic.
It's like stage performers. You put, this is all done for the cameras and the audience and the crowd. And sometimes when you get up close, you're like, what?
Like, oh my God.
This is not for up close. It's for enjoy from far away.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so were there other people on the French team? Because we talked about Melanie, but like it was a team effort.
Melanie,
there was a whole team that performed.
I know, but first of all, Melanie stuck the shit out of her DTY. So her double twisting Yurchenko.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Morgan was the gymnast of the meet for me for France. I mean, France.
Well, you were ready. You were like Morgan, aussi sec. So you had to say France.
France. But I mean, everybody came back. Boyer, like she was like, "Oh, Floor, you think you're gonna fuck with me in my full turn, make me fall on my ass? Hell no! Watch this." Like everybody had a victory over their apparatus. But Morgane was really the standout gymnast. Like all in prelim, she was incredible. This meet, she was incredible. Like she just like is so consistent and killing it and confident. And like she is one that I just feel like, oh, put her up in the middle of the night in jeans, she'll hit her routines.
At this meet, certainly. Yeah, I was really impressive from all of them. And Sharpie hitting, coming back, being like, are you okay? Are you injured? And they made a bold choice. They did not put the national all-around champion on this team. Jenna Larui, who was the alternate, was not competing. I had some questions. It worked out. So this is the only thing. I'm very happy for this French team, but I'm like, I don't want the French Federation to take this to mean you're doing everything great.
Right.
This is not an endorsement of all your deal.
Right.
But the gymnasts are amazing.
The gymnasts are amazing. They really, really are. Also, like it's interesting to me which teams chose to bring a specialist. I mean, I know they can do more than one event, but you bring Deviard to do her vault, and like you can put her on floor if you need to, but you're not going to choose to do that probably. But like, and I think about like the British men, they're bringing Max Whitlock just to do pommel horse, and he always hits. Like, I wonder if the U.S. wants their margin of victory to be higher. Are they going to bring like a beam or a bars specialist, like one person who can use on another event, but you know you're going to get an extra point score, like a 15 on something, a 14.9, which also I called out some exact beam scores today. Can I just say, yeah, I saw Melanie's beam and I was like, it's going to be a 14.9, everybody, just FYI.
Melanie did not get a 14.9 on beam.
13.9. Sorry, 13.9. Isn't that what she got? Who got that?
There's no way
someone's beam routine I got right. Who was it? What did Melanie get?
There was a routine at one point that I got right. I'm going to get you like a bumper sticker that says that or something. So we're going to talk about the teams that didn't medal in a second. I was like, Italy was right in this for a while and had like a chance heading to bars, which I was really excited about. But also I was not just a little bit concerned that Jessica was going to be exactly right on her podium prediction, because yesterday you said US gold, Brazil silver, Italy bronze. And I was like, oh my God, if that ends up being the actual podium, there's going to be no living with her. Like, it's going to be my worst nightmare. I will never be able to return to this podcast if Jessica gets this podium exactly right. I was like, I would love it for Alice to hit. I love this Italian team, but also like a little bit of me was like, kind of maybe don't.
I was like, it's going to happen. I was like telling Kyle, Kyle, they're going to go to bars and they could add like a 1.5, 2 points back from their prelim score because D'Amato can hit and their bars are so good with Italy. Like, this is totally going to happen. It's going to be so great. They've had such a great meet. And I told him all about Esposito and I was like, I love her. Watch her gymnastics. Not like he already didn't, because he was doing his like Canadian TV commentary to me the entire time. And it was so awesome. And I was like, what do you think of this? What do you think of this? But then the craziest thing happened. Like, D'Amato is doing, I couldn't believe, I am so glad she's okay. That could have been so much worse. So she was just doing her like invert and she just fell straight off the bar, straight down onto her upper back. Just vertical drop. It was so weird and so scary. And like, please let her get an x-ray. That's like, whatever happens, the bar is like over 8 feet high. So imagine you're that, and then add your however long arms are, and then drop straight onto your upper back from that height. The mats are not that soft. Like, I'm very worried, and I want her to be checked out. No, they're a little softer than 2017, but yeah.
Billy says, so your 2-event specialist looks like Suni if she's able to come back to bars and beam. Excellent point.
Exactly.
Cordelia says they used Max on P bars and high bar in the team final, Jessica. She didn't say Jessica like that, but they did not bring him just to do pommel horse.
Well, he can do another event. That's what I'm saying. But just like Colleen can do another event, but it's mainly pommel horse. Like he's decent, but he's not. He's not Joe Frazier. That's what I'm saying.
Well, who can be?
No one. Okay, so
all right. So Italy, yes, Esposito was amazing. When they hit beam in that first rotation, I was like, they're through the scariest one.
Yeah.
They got it.
They did it.
And I was really happy because, like, we talked about Esposito so much last year before Worlds. She didn't have like a super great competition. This year, she's had a really great competition through qualification and team final, and is showing exactly what she's capable of. So even though they finished 5th, that was gratifying. China, 4th place, close to a medal. Really good meet overall. I thought this team outperformed expectations in terms of hitting. Like they went through every bars routine in qualification and team final, every beam routine in qualification and team final, didn't come off, except the only kind of a fall was like Zhang's weird beam today, which was not a fall. She got scored basically like a fall, which I assume was because of her sideways back dive.
Yeah, which she
landed like that one time we were talking about where she almost could have done a Weiler kip out of it because she was so far forward.
Yeah, she did not land in control, and her arms also slipped off the front, I think, a little bit. So I would count that as a fall on the beam, at least. Plus all the deductions of, and also like I was like, oh my God, please don't let her have broken her ribs doing that. Like she landed with her ribs right on the edge of the beam, and that is a rib smasher. And when she got off, you could see her being like, can I breathe? So that was weird because like she's so good at, she does that so well so many times. But in podium training, she did one that was close to how she landed. But that's why doing things from the transverse like that are so hard, because you don't have 16 feet to mess up. You have 3.84 inches. Not
it's
4.
The size of a video cassette.
I don't know if you guys have heard.
I still think of that every time. That's how ruined I am. That
how old
animation from the 90s. Yeah, I was saying it nicer. The animation from the 96 Olympics of that like VHS tape sliding down the beam and being like, this is how wide the beam is. I'm like, yeah. That's how wide the beam is, yeah.
Cordelia, since no one will tell me what Melanie got on beam, could you please tell
14.
me
what
14? See, a 13.9, a 14. That's what I said. It's basically the same thing. It's a 10th off. How dare you two?
First of all, you said 14.9 the first time.
Oh yeah, but I meant
13.9. That's not getting it exactly right. Like saying 13.9 and someone getting a 14 is not actually getting it exactly right.
Anyway, you guys, a 10th. Also, the other thing is, I would like you to know that one judge took off 1/10, or all the artistry panel took off 1/10 for Melanie's artistry deductions, but there was one judge who took 2/10.
Okay.
That's not available to the public. That's because I can just see everything they're doing.
You can look at it. Like, could you see what the artistry deduction they took was?
No, I can only see what the final deduction is. But I was just like, it's Melanie. She's perfect. Shove my head forward. What are you taking? You're all wrong. Okay, back to no.
Man, if I were there, I would have set up my phone right above the judges and been like, I'm gonna get all of these artistry deductions.
I know. You know how terrified I am.
Kicked out of the meet.
I know. I'm terrified of losing my credential. It was so hard to get. So
don't do that.
I just glance. But in general, I was in agreement with their scores. Lori Butler.
Question: when would there be a scenario to use Kayla, the alternate, for an injured player, in this case Jocelyn? You have until, I can look at the, you can sub in the alternate until 24 hours, or is it just before warm-ups? Let me look. It's not embarrass myself. Maybe Cordelia knows off the top of her head.
She probably does. But one thing while you're looking that up, I just did want to say, just shout out to Shilese and Simone for being so freaking consistent and hitting everything. They're doing such great, except like the turn, but who cares about the turn? Because she was going for getting named and they're going to win by 2 points anyway. So, but like so consistent and with the strategy of not doing like 1,000 routines every day and all of that stuff. Cordelia's got it.
They could sub in Kayla I believe, at up to an hour before final start for reasons of an injury. Yeah. So it's before, but it's not like if you get injured right then, that's too late to be allowed to sub in an alternate. The next question is then, should it be?
Right,
Like,
that's the problem.
Why shouldn't DiCello be able to be there in the back gym at the last minute and be like, yeah, I can go.
Yeah. And the problem is, like, you should always travel with more than one alternate. This is the other thing. It's tempting fate to only have one alternate. Take all the alternates that you can possibly take with you.
Question: would you have used Kayla DiCello today if you could have? Because I kind of feel like I would have gone with Leanne in those positions anyway. Floor was okay. She didn't have her best landings on the day. She hit it. But I would have elected to go with Leanne anyway in that case.
Yeah, I was trying to think if there's any event that I would have, and no, like I would have used Sky on bars, and I would use Leanne on beam, and I would have used her on floor and vault too. Like
probably would have used Sky on beam.
Sky, yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, looking back, but I think I probably would have gone with Sky. Let me go by history, and then I probably wouldn't have put Sky in on beam today. It wouldn't have been a good decision.
Imagine if we were the two like team heads and we had to make the lineups and we were deciding, because I would have been like 100% you have to put Sky in.
Yeah, and I would have been like,
no, she falls in at Worlds.
But then I would have been like, but she's so nice, and I wanted her to know that we believe in her. And she like, how are we gonna ever get her to believe in herself on beam if we don't put her in? Like, so then I would basically waffle back and forth and not make a decision, and then you would be like, listen, this is what we're doing.
And then I would be like, okay, Jessica didn't submit her choice. I guess we're defaulting to mine, which is usually the deal.
That's exactly what would happen. I have to tell you guys, let's answer that question in 1 second. But I have to tell you guys, so I did talk to Ethora today, and I asked her, she did so great today. She did just killed it. Hero of the team, MVP, along with basically the whole team. Van Poel, they did great today. Sana was like on beam, was like, their only fall. They did really well. And
she still got a huge score.
Yeah, because it's Sana.
And she did her difficulty. She did her, so it wasn't even a point less than her qualification score, because she had added, more of her intended difficulty.
So I asked Ethora, so what's the reaction been to your video? Which now we have the montage up, so you can see the montage on our Instagram, YouTube, everyone's most embarrassing stories. And Ethora was like, at first my coaches were like, you did not do that. You did not tell that story. And she was like, I did. And they're like, well, good for you. And then I was like, well, people have been, I feel like you're like destigmatizing shitting your pants, because people have come up to me now and been like, oh yeah, that happened to me, or oh, that happened to my teammate and it was worse. Like he landed his pass and his stomach wasn't good and it like ran down his leg. And like everyone has a story like this. And I guess then Alyssa from ESPN is here, and she's like, yeah, in motocross or motorsports, whatever, they flip in the air on things with motors, and then they land from like 3 stories in the air. It's super common because the impact is so hard that your muscles cannot counteract gravity forces.
But they have like full clothes on.
They do. It's much different than a leotard.
That's a significant difference in terms of embarrassment level, if you can pretend it didn't happen.
But it definitely is. But apparently she's like, if you watch, you'll see the bathrooms, like the porta potties are really close. They can just run in there right away. But this is the thing. So I was talking about this with Fact Checker, and he was like, it's like what Simone did for mental health. Ethora has done for shitting your pants. Just destigmatize. Like everybody can, they can talk about it. So you don't have to be ashamed. Like it happens to everybody, at some point in your life. So anyway, she's just the best. There's just so many interesting people here. Okay, Zoe's question.
What's the breakdown of the score difference between the team today versus the team with Joss? So, team, it's also a different level of hitting versus qualification versus team final, because you had a miss on beam, but it was 3.666 lower today than in qualification. So most of that was beam, but we can look at the actual. Oh, I closed it. Why did I close it?
Oh,
All right,
never
I'll
close
take
it.
a second. I know.
This is
But
the
you know
I
how I
closed
feel
one of
about
my
tabs. I got to get rid of them. I
Oh my
can't have
God, I
all the
know.
tabs open. They have to be out of there immediately.
I know. I closed all my tabs to start the show, and then I didn't have my scores up. And then, like, during the meet, I had all my scores from like prelims and everything so I can compare how people are doing. And then the internet went out, and I didn't have them on PDF. I had them in tabs. And so, anyway, it ruined everything. You guys. And then my Java CVS thingy wasn't working. Not CVS. What's it called? The Swiss
CIS?
timing. Yes.
Mine wasn't working during the men's team final. That was annoying.
Mine wasn't working
so the
today.
US floor was only 0.2 lower than in qualification because Simone was so much higher also. Vault was a point lower than it was in qualification. And Simone downgraded to the Chung, although it doesn't end up being that much of a difference in terms of the Simone downgrading to the Chung, because even though the Yurchenko double pike starts at 6'4", she has the Laurent deduction, so it starts at 5'9" versus the Chung at 5'6". So it's like essentially it's a 3/10 downgrade rather than an 8/10 downgrade when Simone does the Chung.
Speaking of which, Uncle Tim, in his amazing research, went back and looked at the code, and it was, you know how I was saying that, like, it used to be that in women's gymnastics they got spotted on everything. Like, remember the early videos where they're still wearing pantaloons, where there's like a coach standing there in
there's
a
like a
matching
lady
outfit?
right there. Yeah.
Always there's a lady in a matching, like baseball,
With like
how they wear the same
giant
thing.
giant skirt, just like like so much fabric. Like, why is there that much? Is there that much fabric? Looking like a chaperone or like a old time school teacher. Like, you imagine her having a long ruler, like right there next to the beam the whole time. Yeah.
So the chaperone would spot, and then in the 70s, and they were allowed to do it on vault until the 70s. This is Uncle Tim's research at gymnastics-history.com. And in the 70s, they changed the rule. So that would be, once again, like modernized, bring it forward. Kensley and Neutral Reductions has an idea that, like, basically you can spot, but only if it's on this is Kensley's idea. It's on a double flipping vault, and basically you have to agree to let, in exchange for the coach potentially blocking your view, you have to let the judges do a replay review. But I was like, but shouldn't that be on bars too? Because on bars, I feel like you block a view even more. But it's an interesting compromise. It's like, you can have a spot, but we will get another view of your vault. So there's that.
So I feel like we have basically been talking about things we can avoid talking about the British performance today, because it's really depressing me that this is what's happening. Oh, we have a picture here of exactly what we're talking about in terms of, this is a beam routine from 1952 of the skirt lady standing next to the beam routine.
Which is like, yeah. And you see those mats? They're basically like a thick piece of paper.
It literally looks like you deconstructed a cardboard box. Like if you had a big cardboard box and you're about to try to recycle it, and then you put that under the beam. That's what that mat looks like.
And the woman that's standing there also looks like she was like a early flight attendant. Like if they had yeah. Anywho, you guys, there's a lot of hairspray in this picture. So the British.
Hairspray and cardboard. Welcome to Beam in 1952. Okay, so yeah.
Let me start with one happy thing. Let me start with my MVP for the British.
Yeah.
Little Ruby Evans, and little I mean by she's the newbie on the team.
Yeah.
She fell on her almond arm prelims, fell on floor. She came back here, hit a vault, downgraded her vault, but hit her floor routine. She should be very proud of herself.
Mm-hmm. She had a good competition.
Yeah.
And like Gadarova ended on a great note, nailing that floor routine for each score. But it was basically the exact opposite year where the British men and women were like, this is how you do it. We're going to win medals. Everyone's falling all over the place. We've had very similar finals in the team competition this year in terms of everyone falling all over the place on like every routine. But this year it caught up with the British. So they had, just every rotation. It was like Gadarova's, Chung, which was kind of unexpected because it had been looking good. But today's Chung was short. Really short. What did it look like to you in the arena?
I thought I really saw her and I was like, I mean, she landed on her shoulder and knees, and I thought she was going to have the same kind of injury that Joss did at first. And I was like, oh my God, thank God she stood up and walked away from that. Like, that's how short it was. But I think she was able to anticipate it and just get into a ball faster. So she didn't have the same kind of ankle crunch that happened with Joss. But it was scary.
And then we had the weird thing on bars where Fenton couldn't get her toes on the low bar and just sort of flew off. And then she also had her series fall on beam. And
I know, I felt so bad for her because she's so good and she has such beautiful gymnastics. And when but it's like, if you don't get your toes on that, like, you're committed. Like, if you're doing the toe on to handstand or toe on to Maloney or whatever, then if you don't get your toes on, like, there's nothing else to do but like the level 4 dismount. You don't have any other options. So that was really a bummer.
Oh, Fenton.
Yeah. Do we have any other wait, does Fenton has more skills named after herself than any other British gymnast?
I put some like, let's make it feel better because we love Georgia May Fenton notes in here. So like, yes, she still has the most skills named after herself in British women's gymnastics history because she has 2, and like Tweddle has 1, Downey has 1. She's been to 6, made 6 world championships teams in a row. Never missed one as a senior. Like, she's been amazing for many, many years. And this is very depressing, but she's got that it's like Lorraine Oliveira. It's like, we believe in her.
Yeah. Also, is she the only gymnast in history to have her own lingerie line? Like, I know Nadia had like jockey underpants, but that's not the same as like lingerie.
I do not know.
I mean, shout out to Nadia, but I think that's like, that's pretty awesome too. So good for her. Destigmatizing underpants, destigmatizing what happens sometimes in underpants. It's all great. And I'm proud of everyone. Gymnastics is hard. That's what I'm saying. She's also made, 6 world championships team in a row. Georgia May Fenton. Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah. I heard gymnastics. Ondine was also a total hero today. Ondine's beam, I was like, when she goes to Cal, it's going to be amazing. She's going to be the anchor on everything. So excited for that.
So we talked a little bit about the Netherlands. We haven't talked about Japan, also because we're avoiding it because it's so depressing.
It was.
Yeah, they were not able to keep the streak of 8th place qualifiers medaling alive, but we had a 7th place qualifier medal this year. So last 3 worlds, 8th, and 7th have medaled. So I still think we're kind of keeping it going. But really, from the start on floor, it was just like, it's not there.
Yeah. They just didn't.
Miata looked so surprised and upset after her last pass on floor.
It was Miata who face planted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was so sad because it's like one of those things with the floor. Like, if you are short, those springs will eject you exactly right back where you came from. So if your angle is face towards the ground, it will eject you back face towards the ground. And she just looked like shocked and didn't have enough air time to recover and try to get a foot down, but instead she just belly flopped and like awkwardly onto her arm. And I was just like, oh my God. Oh, I felt so bad for her. Because they're such a great team. And, they qualified to the Olympics. And
yeah. I felt for her all year because I felt like she has had to compete at these like spring qualifying meets where she has looked seriously injured, like in serious ankle foot pain. And yet she's still going out at like event championships and I'm competing. And I'm like, let the woman have a moment. Give her a second.
Let her rest.
Let the woman rest.
Yeah.
Final question from me for you is, do you think the French won a medal because they did the can as their intro?
Obviously, despite the fact that that Deviard and Boyer said it's the most, or was it Boyer said it's the most embarrassing thing I've ever done in gymnastics is that freaking can, but they still did it for the team. That's team spirit right there, Spencer. If I ask you to do a can for gymnastics, you won't ever do it. It's not happening.
No, I won't ever do it. I do not have any.
That's why I would never ask you.
And I am proud of it. So whose idea was this then?
I don't know. Okay, that's the next question.
Not a group decision. Like, not everyone was on board with this. And I was surprised by it because it felt like such a basic decision and such a stereotypical decision for the French team. I was like, something's off here. This doesn't track for me. I feel like, why don't they come out with just like a baguette and a beret at this point?
The crowd loved it.
They
know their audience. Yes. Pandering is okay if you want to get the crowd behind you. And basically, we're like 2 seconds from France. We're essentially in the Netherlands and Germany at the same time. Like, all these teams basically are at home. So
Ollie is so obsessed with the fact that you can drive from Antwerp to Paris because it's literally on the road to Paris. He mentioned it like 78 times.
Oh my God, that's going to be his favorite. Oh my God, all his dadisms. Oh my God, are you guys able to see his pocket square game? He's really upped his pocket square game. He's gone like full like British outfits that are a little weird, but also very British. Yeah.
Well,
it's basically
but also that's a little weird, seems right on track.
I feel like he's in his what's that animated series that I love that's made out of clay and then it burned down? They have the were-rabbit. He's in his Wallace and Gromit era. And it really is
Ollie's
working for him.
always been in his Wallace and Gromit era. He was born in his Wallace and Gromit era.
Also, but I have to say, the winners, I mean, I love the can and the audience loved it because it was so, but the British coming out and just like striking a pose, like pointing up in the air like superheroes. I mean, that was
yeah.
After
the first three teams like did zero, that was refreshing. But did they do their scream? Because if they didn't, maybe that was the problem today.
I think, there was so much screaming tonight that I can't keep track of when the screaming happened.
You said their usual plan is to wait until other people are screaming and then do it.
Yeah, like normally, and like the day when all the little kids were there, the screaming happened. There was like, because they would count down, okay, 1, 2, 3, and then everybody yells, and then they start the music and boobity boob. But I couldn't hear because it was so loud, so I don't know if they screamed or not. But there was like every 5 seconds there was screaming going on. So I'm not sure. Could you guys see on the feed how much like the US team was basically waiting to congratulate Melanie?
Yeah, we saw that, and Melanie coming over and then doing the thing and hugging Cecile, and it was like, yeah, we saw the whole thing.
Yeah. It was very nice. I mean, it was really like, because the US was just sort of like either like, oh yeah, this is what's supposed to happen, or like, Leanne, you could see that she was just like, fuming.
Still mad, yeah.
She's like, I have to be a doctor and have straight A's and hit all my routines and sell all the bows. So you guys check out the bow store, give her a little boost there. Has anyone found those little shoe bows that, Owen was pimping out? Are they available yet? We need to know. But yeah, I thought that was really, I felt like they were more happy for Melanie than they were for themselves. It was such a big moment for Melanie. So that was really nice to watch. Also, shout out to Fact Checker right here. Shout out to our friend who got him tickets because he was just stuck in the Airbnb editing all day. So at least now we he doesn't just leave for air for his daily run. He now gets to actually watch the meet live in person. He stopped a kid from taking a picture with a flash right before Simone's routine. So
these kids,
heroes among us.
We have a theme of the problems of this competition.
Children. There were many.
I've always said, don't allow children near gymnastics. It's not for them.
There were many adults just getting up and like sitting in the aisles to take videos of routines, and the volunteers had to be like, you can't sit in the aisles. We've already locked all the exits. It's already dangerous enough in here. You can't block the aisles too. Oh my God. Do I have any other behind the scenes stories to tell you guys? I think those are my big ones today. Do we have a star belly? Like the Sneetches question.
Where is this?
When was the last time neither Japan nor China was on the podium at Worlds? Last year?
For the women's team competition last year.
Yeah.
But for the men's, they medaled.
Never?
So.
When
Oh,
gymnastics
is it
was
like about the
invented.
about the men's? Like when was the last time if that happened? I would have to check, but like yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, it would be when China was still like a closed society that didn't participate in gymnastics meets, I think, was the last time that happened. Cordelia.
Cordelia says, Jessica, you had the falls for the men's team finals per event. What are the numbers for the women's team finals?
Cordelia, thank you so much for asking. Please join me now in blowing out some chalk from your hand for the falls claimed by the following events: vault, 2 falls; bars, 2 falls; floor, 3 falls; and the event claiming the most falls today, balance beam,
How many?
4 falls.
But close.
And I know these are accurate because Kyle Schufelt was adding to them when I forgot to write one down.
Now I trust it.
Thank you. Thank you.
I
hope you
really
all
love
have-
the video with Kyle Schufelt that's on our YouTube. His interview about Simone and the spotting. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah.
Kyle Schufelt's a star. And then everyone watched that video. It was like, oh my God, I love Kyle Schufelt. And it's like, yeah, that's what we've been saying for like a long time.
Yeah, he is a total star. You know what else I asked him today? I was like, how are your knees? Because, he dislocated both of his knees at the same time. And he's like, fine. I don't notice them at all. Totally fine. He's like, yeah, maybe like when it gets cold, maybe a little bit. But I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. Like there's gymnasts who are like just in college and their joints ache all the time. Like, I think that's a testament to good training.
So
and I'm
weird.
going to have a
Hold
lot
on,
more to tell you about Andrade's training.
That's so weird.
And
because my knees
Charlize's training
hurt when it's cold.
When we get into the more women's finals. So I've done a little research for you.
That's
Can
so
look
weird.
forward to it. Do we have any final questions? We've gone way over time tonight. But if you guys have any...
I was looking at the men's start list for the all-around final, which is finally out. So Hashimoto is in tomorrow instead of Kazuma Kaya. So it'll be Hashimoto and Chiba Kenta.
I'm sorry, what? I mean to take a call.
Japanese men. Looks like we also have a
so
bunch
my
of other
knees,
withdrawals because a
like-
lot of alternates are in. So Dolgopiat's out. Who else is out?
Dolgopiat's out?
What?
He may be just like, I'm not going to medal in the all around, and I want to get ready for.
Yeah, I
floor
mean-
finals.
Yeah.
Like I could very much see that being.
Anyway,
That's what I would do too, honestly.
Yeah, you're like, oh yeah, no, I agree with
Limbo. Okay, so
All around, it's very tiring.
I blew out my ACL
Events for men
to
anyway.
trying skills I should not be doing, but my knee hurts when it's cold.
Is not on the start list.
That's hilarious.
So, yeah, so where has the music gone since so many men dropped out? Yeah. We've gone down to the third. So Diallo's in, Van de Kibus is in, Monteon is in.
Azul.
Azul is out, yeah. Whoa. It's just a bloodbath out there.
1 out of 5 gymnasts fell on pommel horse. 1 out of every 6 fell on balance beam.
1 out of every 5 gymnasts fell on pommel horse. 1 out of every 6 fell on beam.
Wow.
Beam beat pommel horse again. Boom.
Yep. You're welcome, Palma Horse. Yeah. All beam. At least I'm glad there weren't more. I thought there were going to be no falls on bars.
Nope.
And we were so close. Yeah. Okay. So we are going to call it a night and look forward to more videos on our YouTube channel, more interviews.
Okay.
I want to know what you guys think
That's over.
tomorrow of the Flavia and Oliveira interview,
Yeah.
Melanie's interview, Deviard's, and of course, the montage of your most embarrassing moments, which I feel like, you guys, is the culmination of a life's work.
Okay. So thank you so much for watching. At one point we had like 4,000. I don't even know. All the new followers. This is incredible. Like 4,234 followers. That's insane. I know, Boondoggle, you have way more. But like, it's still. Yeah. Thank you so much for watching. We adore you. I adore you. Not on Twitch. Yeah, but where it counts, you have more. So, yeah. So I love you so much. Please take care of yourselves. Don't ever. How can I say this? Everything in the comments I get. No. Yeah, people are weird, but you're killing it. Michaela, if you're out there, I love you. You know I love you. I had to turn you off, put you on mute because I wanted to save you from yourself, and I feel like you were just saying really ugly things yesterday. I'm not mad at you. You're still my friend. So, I don't know. I mean, it's in your court. You know, if you wanted to, she blocked me on everything. Bit of a Brody Malone girl? Like, that's who you want to die on? For real? All right. Well, I love you. And I love you guys. So, we'll see how that goes. I love Tori Kelly. Stop. I love Tori Kelly. Okay. Love you all. Please take care. See you guys tomorrow for the men's all-around final. And until then, I'm Addicts, and this has been... yeah, gymnastics. I need to work on that. Bye, y'all.